Vibe blowing at the J, got the loud jumping at the bag. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the bands jumping at the bag. Vibe blowing at my J, got the loud jumping at the bag. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the bands jumping at the bag. Another milestone, look at that. Paper boy, got my paper route till I'm 6 down on my back. I'm an old soul like my dad. My old girl's still a fan. Yo girl at the live show, so don't act like I ain't the man. I'm kicking my feet up, get frank like Aretha. I'm calm, but I'm teed up, just flip me a stack. The re-up just doubled up off of the muscle, I stuck to the task. They see me, I'm troubled, I'm bubbling up till it's stuck, and they want me to stay where I'm at. I'm good everywhere that I'm stepping, my presence is crucial. You know that this shit not on trend. On a big wave, I'm controlling the tide. Snake eyes when you rolling the dice. So with the stakes inside, I could never take another nigga advice. They can't reach the sky, I'm aiming up high. Just wanna know what it's like. Y'all know what it's like, I come from outside of this. Out the quicksand, I'm the big man, doing big things. Cop a big change, up a state lines, doing stage dives on cam. It ain't no limit to my vision. Check the temp, I'm on fire with it. Got the bands jumping out the bag, Prosecco on ice. I'm nobody nice, gonna run up a check. Demand my respect, I'm doing the most. I never quit, they want me to quit. I'm good as it come, I'm good as it gets. Vibe blowing at the J, got the loud jumping out the bag. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is
and you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA.
Yeah. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor.
What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back to the internationally known and recognized symbol of YouTube and excellence in edutainment. It is the Boss Up Show. Part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne of this ish, the King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth. Yours truly, the notorious one, aka Mr. Coachellini, better known as the prognosticator, Coach Stradamus. And you're back in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA and EWF. That is every woman's fantasy in the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO Negro of Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best entertainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr.
Your third leg was just phenomenal.
Also the man with one trabajo. That is the ecclesiastical Mitch Slapper. You're looking at the anointed one.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the after pill, the junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the mating matrix, the chocolatey Confucius, the Black Moses, the deliverer, also known as the man that ecclesiastically walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game. But in case you forget those names, just call me James Bond, Poppy Malo, Hentai CGA, the Lord of the Lings, or you could call me Trick Daddy, or CGA, see God Allah, and the reigning and defending undisputed 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. We got a great show for you lined up today. We're going to talk about the dark side of IG and OnlyFans models that most men never see. In fact, it is the dark psychology of understanding social media influencers and men and women who attempt to be Instagram models and OnlyFans girls. This should be interesting to see here because new world order. In my time, I have dated a lot of women in the modeling industry, in the OnlyFans industry, in the Instagram industry, and many men really just see these influencers from the outside looking in. You never really deal with them from the inside looking out. But it is quite the experience of seeing the psychology that goes through their mind trying to navigate the world as a social media influencer. Even for men as a social media influencer, it is a very, very vicious place to be because, you know, you're putting yourself out there. Okay, you're risking other people talking about you. You have people potentially that are going to develop a stalking mindset towards you. And yes, while there's a lot of money to make, we do have to understand that this is the most popular profession that young people want to engage in. New world order. Now, we hear a lot of things about women living life on easy mode, them getting access to men with wealth, or doing things like getting vacations and trips paid for. But there's a lot of other things that these particular groups of people go through that you never really see. And we're going to talk about the dark psychology of IG and Instagram models that most men are never exposed to. We're going to give you the inside scoop and the track related to this. We're going to give you some psychological data and some reflections of some former women that have been in this industry to let you guys know that it ain't as easy being Instagram cheesy models. We're going to talk about that, man, the dark psychology of IG and OnlyFans models and how it manifests in their personal relationships, whether it be their personal relationships with their boyfriends, personal relationships, sexual relationships that they have with men, men that they desire, and men for money. All right, we're going to talk about how that manifests and plays in those relationships and how they wear that on their sleeve. It should be an interesting show. But to contribute to today's show, $ the Notorious CGA on the Cash App, Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV, PayPal, paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And all of those are in the description box here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. Do me a favor. Just give me the likes. Don't pass the scroll. Mugga, 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 mullo. Who's got a day off today? Who's got a day off today?
And that's you. You
got a day off of work because today is Juneteenth. All right. The national celebration of ninjas that didn't know slavery ended. All right. That's pretty much what I don't know. How do you describe Juneteenth? All right. To people who don't care. Yeah, it's basically what had happened was the slaves were free. There was a group of people in Texas. They didn't know. They kept working as slaves allegedly. And then, you know, they had a horse bring a delivery and said, "You're free, niggas. You know, you're free. You don't have to work for the white man no more. You don't have to let the white man take your body." All right. All of the men, down low men in ATL are upset. They're ready to go back to that down low buck breaking activity. More than likely. All right. They would have loved Big Slave Master. But anyway, yes, the Negroes couldn't read. Texas Slave Master was like, "You're still slaves. Don't believe the internet." And the rest is history. And Abraham Lincoln said on the internet that the slaves were free. And apparently Texas didn't have the internet. All right. So that's what had happened. And then all of a sudden they got the news. Well, start spreading the news. All right. So who's getting the day off today? Anybody? Somebody got a day off? Oh, nobody got no days off. All right. Get to work. All right. But if you got the day off, enjoy the show. Should be a great show. And we have Straggle and Snickle Theater. We should be here for 3 or 4 hours. I got my massage therapist coming in. I got to get to the gym, my personal trainer appointment. I got shit to do after I do this stream. And then I'm going to come home, decompress, relax for a couple of minutes. And then get the weekend started. It's the weekend. Some of y'all got a 3-day weekend.
What's up, nigga? What's up for the weekend, nigga?
All right, I'm going to get the weekend started. The weekend is here, man. And yeah, Father's Day this weekend too. All right. Father's Day. this weekend. So get your father some socks, a tie, a ugly ass sweater, or just get in contact with your pappy. Even if your mama told you to never talk to your pappy, go get his side of the story. Go chill with him. Go have a Bud Light, a Michelob, a Schlitz malt liquor, a Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. All right. Any one of those, and you'll be all right. Shout out to our brothers on Juneteenth. Nomad says, just a little offering for today. I might miss the live stream, but I got it on replay. Shout out to the Coach Gang. Appreciate you, Nomad, man. I appreciate you dropping something off before you get on to your Juneteenth activities. And he wanted to drop off a co-sponsorship. Let's go, courtesy of Nomad.
I'm rich, bitch. I'm rich, bitch.
Damn, we already starting off the show. All right, already starting off the show. Getting it in. Shout out to you, courtesy. Appreciate you, man. And appreciate you watching the replay. Easy32 says, Coach, let me get a shout out for my birthday. Shout out to Easy32. It's his birthday too. All right, shout out to you, man. Easy32. We're going to say that you're 32 years old. That's what I'm assuming from what I'm reading there. Shout out to you. Shout out to our brother here. It's Lovely. Maybe it's not a brother. All right. But anyway, shout out to our brother person here. Lovely says, hey, Mr. CGA, it's my first super chat, and I love watching you, and everything you say about women is right, and it amazes me how you know us so well. It is a sister. All right, it is a sister. Lovely. She said, it amazes me how you know us so well. First of all, Lovely, you probably are a lovely woman. All right, shout out to you. I appreciate you for super chatting. And Lovely says, I know women so well. I know these women. They know I know them. In fact, you haven't heard women come out, and it's as crazy as men want to make me out to be. You've never heard one woman discredit what I say. Not one on the internet. Shout out to you. Isn't she lovely? And I see her. She's a dark-skinned sweetie, boy. I'm going to tell you. I see you. She said, it amazes me how you know us so well. I know these ladies, man. Ain't nothing. I got these ladies pinned down. I got them. I know them. And she says, I signed up for your Patreon and pay every month, but I don't utilize it, unfortunately. She says, any suggestions on how I get started? Well, here's what you do. You find that post that is somewhere in the top 4 posts. I used to pin it, but people couldn't find the pin post for some reason. But it's normally in the top 4 posts, and there's a link there, and it'll take you to another site. Then you got to put the password in, and then you got to get access to the catalog. But I'm going to start posting a couple of classic clips over there so you can watch. And really, it's to pay it forward. If you want to watch the back catalog, you can. But what you do is on Sunday night, right around 5:30 on the East Coast, on the West Coast, 5:30 p.m. on the West Coast, 8:30 p.m. on the East Coast, you're going to get a link. All right, I'm going to email you the link, and then you can join us live on Sunday night. We're going to do it live over there. And Lovely, we would love to have you.
We'll do it live. Okay. No. We'll do it live.
Yeah.
Do it live. I'll write it, and we'll do it live.
And one more thing to my dark-skinned sister. Paint your toenails white for daddy. All right, that's my request for you this weekend.
Get him, daddy.
That's my request for you. All right, white toenails. All right, maybe, yeah, we're going to go with the white. Paint your toenails white for daddy.
Okay, daddy.
All right, yes, indeed. Thank you, Lovely. I appreciate you and your support over on the Money Mindset. These men losing and lacking. Maybe I'll start making content for women. All right. Maybe I'll start making content for women. They put their money where their mouth is. They put their mouth. Never mind. Let me stop here. Peter. Shout out to Peter. P is in the building. He says, you guessed it right. All right. I believe his name is Peter, and I got it right. Shout out to Peter. Pause. All right. Shout out to Peter. Pause. Vintage Love says I should start making content for women. All right. All right, I'm telling you, man, the women will appreciate me more than some of these Mitch ass ninjas. Shout out to the guys here. There were some guys in here trying to throw the kitchen sink in to Coach this weekend, and I was letting them. I was sitting back and watching them. You know what I mean? Like, who watches wrestling back in the day? Remember, there were certain wrestlers where you would hit them with whatever they would get, they be hitting the wrestler, and then they're not selling. Okay, they don't drop, and then eventually they realize, oh shit. All right, they was trying to throw in the kitchen sink on CGA. All right, they like CGA is irrelevant, and then they proceeded to make 15 videos. All right, CGA ain't selling. There's nothing you can do about CGA. I am the inevitable. All right, they threw everything but the kitchen sink up in there. They threw the kitchen sink in there. We're gonna take CGA down. No sell. Now all of a sudden I'm hulking up. All right, I'm still here, bro. I'm still here. And guess what? They ain't got no more bullets. They ran out of bullets. I mean, now what? Now what do you do? All right, all you did was show my great marketing plan. Yeah, the Undertaker sit up. Let me go ahead and show you this real quick. All right, the Undertaker sit up. Brock Lesnar. Let me see if we can pull up the Brock Lesnar Undertaker sit up. Where's the GIF? All right. So this is CGA after all of that little bullshit that they went through. They had like 5 days where they thought, all right, we're going to end CGA. And then this is what it looks like on my end. Like, he said they chat GPT thumbnails. That's all they had. Chat GPT thumbnails. That's all they were. That's their whole game in grift. All right. We're going to make some great thumbnails and ruin them. I'm like, all right. So you got chat GPT making your thumbnails. Whoop-de-doo. Then then they click the video, and then you're like, I really was going to come in here for some substance, and there was nothing in there but a great thumbnail. But guess what? CGA's back on Wednesday through Friday. Like, what happened? And I could have came back with the ether, but I just saw their videos were so sad and weak. I was like, I don't need to say nothing. I had content creators reaching out to me. Hey, man, what's going on? And I'm like, nothing. Just a little bit of AI slop. All right. These guys trying to, make thumbnails, take down a nigga. And here I still am. All right. How do they feel about that? How does it feel? Yeah. The best thing to do, man, is just lean into the hate, monetize the hate, ignore them. It's their own shit. And by the way, their channels are dying. So there's that. All right. But we got inside information. Their channels are dying. They ain't got nothing to sell off the platform. It is what it is. Anyway, we still here, and I'm still standing. Yeah. Still here. I'm still standing. Yeah. I thought it was funny. I was like, they didn't have nothing concrete. They didn't tell you something you didn't already know. He tricks. Okay, well, I already talked about that. He got divorced. Talked about that. I mean, that's literally been what I've been talking about. Okay. They didn't talk about stealing the free agent lifestyle. Where was that at? He travels and tricks. He has a dating course. Yes. It's right there. You can see the stream elements. It shows it every stream. I mean, like, what are we telling you? You're telling people what my people already know. Like, wow. You guys really did your research. I'm glad you're recognizing the notorious one, but we're still here. Shout out to Kevin Sullivan says, sending JUCO tuition. Appreciate all the hard work you do for us, coach. And shout out to the final boss and the train game out here. The train gang. Hashtag boss up. All right. Shout out to our brother here. Train gang in the building. Ladies, you going to get her train ran on you? Ladies, are you in here? How many ladies here have had her train ran on them? All right. Nobody. It's quiet again. Shout out to Nicholas L, and we're going to call him Nicholas W. He says, love your content. Shout out to Nicholas. Shout out to you, man. And Hustle Every Day says, dark psychology, that's the game you talk about. Indeed, the dark psychology of dating and relationships is what I'm teaching you. And, we're going to go a little bit more in depth in the dark psychology of dealing with women going into this year, after this summer, but we'll give you a little bit of bits and treats of dealing with the inside psychology of the woman. Men don't realize how much psychological terror women put themselves through just to survive a day. You know, we look to, as a man, we look to survive a day without getting our head knocked off, right? That's what we do. Like, we walk outside, like, we can get killed at any point. All right, we can get our head knocked off at any point. We have to sometimes, or they tell us we have to go and defend even a woman. But women every day survive some very, very dark, treacherous psychological behaviors, even behaviors that are they're self-imposed. They're self-imposed, like it just comes from her mind. And sometimes when they talk about how they want to be treated, it's almost the opposite. You know what I mean? It's like, wow, it's weird. They're manifesting and trying to use words to cast spells to try to find a guy to treat them some way. But we all know that if they get treated that way, it's still not going to be enough. And that's the dark psychology of dealing with women. Sometimes they'll say they want to be treated like a good girl and they want to be treated like a very bad girl. They want a spanking from daddy. All right. That's what they want.
Get him, daddy.
That's what they want. And no government name says, watching your video on the Silicon Valley escorts. He says this woman, I think you meant these women, are also making even more money using sex for corporate espionage. Those tech dweebs probably spilling all the beans about their tech during their conversations. You're absolutely right about that. Sexual espionage has been always a thing. And so these women are getting inside informations. You said tips of the trade. What is it called? Tricks of the trade. I believe you were talking about getting inside information in order for them to blackmail people or get data or inside information that they can just sell over to the other side. Okay, because yes, people that work in Silicon Valley, they're working, you know, these escorts work for clienteles that have rival corporations. And so I heard a little thing about what's going over there on Facebook and Meta. Oh, I heard a little thing was going over there on Google. All right. And now that information gets translated over through and betwixt the legs of women. Okay. Wow. That is crazy. Shout out to the black community. They lost a great producer named Tay Keith. I can admit I don't know anything about him, but as I was trying to gather information to see if I was going to talk about this story, I don't have much to share, but to tell you that supposedly he was an accomplished producer at age 29, found dead in his apartment. That's all the details that we have. He's responsible for hits by people like Sexy Red. All right. And when they said his name, and I did hear, you know, there are some songs by these people. I have heard his name before. So he was responsible for some of the hits for Sexy Red and so forth and so on. I believe he was in Atlanta. I might be wrong, or Memphis. I might be wrong about that. Trust me, I'm completely out of touch on this subject. I don't know about him, but I do know he had a great impact into a lot of the modern hits that we hear today. And to hear that he lost his life at age 29 alone in his apartment. All right. That's a sad situation, man. He died in Nash Vegas. All right. Outside. I guess he moved out to the white folks from Memphis there. Man. Oh yeah. He produced Sicko Mode, man. I mean, those are some pretty big hits in the last, I would say, 5 years, 10 years, 7 years to be exact, maybe. All right. Very sad to hear that he is no longer with us, and I would love the details. So they didn't have enough details about how he lost his life, so I could not tell you much about the story. But young producer Tay Keith, 29 years old, found dead. Okay, 29. So you might think that you're a young man and you want all the riches and you want all the exploits of life. Sometimes, you know, when you're young and dumb and full of fun, okay, what happens is you get out there and you get access to this money a little too early, and then, you know, the demons will come around really quickly. First, demonic women, demonic men. You also have women that will entice you when you're not protecting your six. You also have drugs, scissor. Okay, you have a lifestyle, and you never know what happens when these people come around you. These forces come around you. The forces of we call them foes. The forces of energy or forces of enemies. They come around you, and there's nothing you can do. So you have to you have to know that when this comes around, this is the sad part about getting money early and living in a certain lifestyle. We don't know, man. It could be just a health situation, but I'm just telling you, the demons do come around. And it's helpful that when you're older and you reach a certain wealth, then you can keep the demons away. Now, people then say, oh, you're isolating yourself from the world. But no, bro, you gotta, you gotta watch out for the forces of evil. That's foe. The forces of evil. Watch out for people. Sometimes relatives. What do I say? Proximity, likeness, or relationship. Sometimes the people that get you are jealous and envy. And we've seen this even in the manosphere. I'm like, hey, man, a lot of jealousy and envy going on here. A lot of envy and competition that's unnecessary. But the forces of evil will come around and then they will snuff you out. So hopefully we get some information about what happened and maybe we can report on it. But sad to see and report on that. We do have some other people. All right, we do have some other people that have contributed to today's show, but their chats are funny, I can see. So we're gonna save them for later. But we're gonna get into this part of the show. It is Straggle and Snickle Theater. Let's have some fun. We're going to New York.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Straggle and Snickle Theater. Do me a favor, hit the like. We got 1,000 people in the box in the first hour. Shout out to you. Straggle and Snickle Theater. We're going to the New York Knickerbockers Championship Parade. And yes, we have this guy out here starving. Let's take you several different angles. And boy, oh boy, Shannon Sharp. And look at this. Oh, he got a white woman. We're just
looking at the booty. We're looking at the breast. We're looking at her neck. We're looking at her feet. We're looking at her.
No, I ain't looking at no feet. Man, ain't nobody looking at no feet.
You don't looking at feet? Yes, I'm looking at feet.
All right, look at that white girl getting her feet just mauled by this nigga, and he's starving.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Look at that Kaylee getting her feet and toes licked. You know she likes it. And look, she's sticking that old bear paw out there. And this is a nasty nigga. Oh, my goodness. Oh, look the bottom of the feet. Oh, my. Look at them. Oh, look at them goddamn talons that she got on the end of her toes right there. Oh, my goodness. We have even more angles related to this situation here. New York is a special place. And New York niggas are absolutely disgusting ass niggas.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Look at that. I mean, the whole hoof. Oh, not the bottom of the hoof. Oh, my goodness. This guy, he is the super spreader. He is the... Now, not to say that I don't do this in the home, the privacy of my own home. I'm just saying, not in public and not a woman walking around the streets of New York. Shout out to our brother Cool G Rap and DJ Polo. We have another angle of said event here on Straggle and Snickle Theater. Another angle right there. And man, not a white girl. White girls walk around barefoot. They'll walk around the subway station barefoot. This is a nasty niggy. All right.
We're just looking at the booty. We're looking at the breast. We're looking at her neck. We're looking at her feet. We're looking at her.
No, I ain't looking at no feet. Man, ain't nobody looking at no feet.
You don't looking at feet? Yes, I'm looking at
now, listen, this is the type of behavior I engage in the privacy of my own home, sir. I mean, you're not, oh my, not over on the face either. Goodness gracious. I mean, COVID is about to this is how COVID spread. All right. Y'all blaming the Chinese and eating wombats. I think it was these niggas that spreaded COVID around here. But this guy has been popularly doing this for a long time, just so you know. This is also him at Mardi Gras. All right. That's him at Mardi Gras. And that is a big hoof. Look at that. Oh, my goodness. And he likes to, oh, my Lord Jesus. Help me. And Mardi Gras. So this is nothing new from him. And look at the size of that bear paw that he got. Look at the size of this hoof that he got. Look at this. Look at that hoof. Ladies, what is going on with these big ass feet? All right. Look at that big ass foot right there. Golly. And he out there. Look at that. Look, it covered his whole face up. Ladies, if y'all got some big ass feet like this, oh my goodness. What are we?
Oh, the humanity.
That's a big foot. It's covered his whole face. Oh my goodness. Look at this. And look at the size of them toes. And oh, look at, there it is. Is that a torta? I don't think that's a torta. That's a sister right there. Okay. In the streets, on your knees, sir. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Jesus Christ.
Oh, the humanity.
Look at the size of that hoof. Look at the size of them twinkle toes and bare paws. This is a nasty Negro. All right. I'm going to have to get the Khalid Muhammad, the Abdul Muhammad. That's one sick Negro. Okay. We got to do something about this, man. This shit is going too far, man. I told you these dudes are going to be out here. Straggle and Snickle Theater. Let's talk about these dudes, these single mother raised men here. Apparently, a pool party has been ensuing here around, well, you'll have to name this city. Let's see if we can get this timed out pretty right. Name this city. Let's see if we can refresh it. I'm going to pull this up. This city is certainly able to be named here. There we go right there. That is, look at this right here. What in the world's happening to the black man?
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
What happened to the black man? Look at y'all. Y'all will do anything for some snaggle puss. Y'all will do anything. Apparently, they're saying this is a husband and wife. They're saying this is a husband and wife in the comment section. There he is getting tossed in the pool and by that big bare back. Look at that big back out there. And this is the dudes that say they get it for free too. I never paid. All right, I get it for free. And what in the world? Can you imagine what they're doing behind closed doors? And he put, is that whipped cream on her face? Oh my goodness. We got to stop. We got to stop with the Negroid community. I told you about, and what in the, man, should I be showing this on YouTube? Like, what? These are getting to some despicable acts going on here. What's wrong with you sick Negroes? Y'all be like, Coach, man, you just don't understand. All right. Apparently, there was a pool party out here in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm calling it. But apparently, we're going to take you to the scene of the crime here. There was a pool party. I'm going to say Las Vegas, but maybe I don't even know where it is. It doesn't look like there's not that many Negroes in Las Vegas. But apparently, take a look at this pool party right here. Look at what in the world is going on here. Look at this and look at the water. This water looked like used hot dog water. And look at this Negro. I get it for free, Coach. I keep telling you, niggas be out here hanging on low-hanging fruit. Man, I'll never pay because there's free punani out here. What in the hell is going on with the nigga community today?
What
is this a Juneteenth party?
Oh my God, no way.
This water looked like syphilis water. And look at these Negroes in this pool. Look at there's some sick Negroes in here. Oh my goodness gracious. What in the world is this? Look at the size of these people. Look at the size of these humanoids. All right, that water looks very tainted. Okay, look at this water. Look, what's the chlorine is dying. Hey, the chlorine is in there like yeast infection water. What is going on, man? Like, if I got invited to this, I would immediately turn around. I would immediately turn around if I saw all of these Nicas. And there's a couple of Latinas tortas in there too. People think people are having safe sex out here. It's just crazy. If I walked into this pool party, I would immediately turn around. I would be like, hell no. I know I'm in the wrong place. And could you imagine the debauchery going on in there? The debauchery. This dude got her big fat ass leg up. Look at her arm. Oh my goodness. So you can know what the leg looks like. Look at the arm. Where's the elbow? Is that an elbow socket? And look at him. He all in her face. All in her face. Coach, man, I get it for free. Oh my golly. All right, I see. This is definitely, it says Caesars here. So I'm assuming, I don't know. It says Caesars on the board there. Downtown Grand Hotel. Is that Las Vegas or is that Houston? I mean, there's not that many busted black people here in Las Vegas. They are, but they wouldn't show up at the same place at the same time. And what is this right here? Whose mama is this?
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
Yeah, that's on the Fremont side of Las Vegas. That's what I'm looking at. That's what it looks familiar to me because there's a big board right there. That is the downtown Las Vegas. All right. Yeah, that's All right, is this Houston? People are saying it's Houston. I recognize it as the downtown area of Las Vegas, but that's just because of those two buildings. I might be wrong. Oh man, look at this and look at what in the there's a gordita. You know what? This might be a fat woman party. Okay. Now that I think about it, this might be a party for big backs. You know what I mean? Like these guys, they have a party. You guys might not know what I'm talking about. Every now and then they'll have a party for curvy women and for niggas that like curvy women, and then they'll all show up. I think this is a big back party.
Big back, big back, big back, big
All
back.
right, and then basically what happens is it's Sodom and Gomorrah for big backs, where they can openly engage in debaucherous sexual activity with thirsty niggas, right? I think that's what it is.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Now that I'm looking, because I'm like, this cannot be possible that this many people are here overweight like this and shaking it with such confidence. So what I'm thinking is a big back party. Okay. Yeah. Swim Thick. Remember that? I did a video on Swim Thick about 3 years ago, and they were not too happy with my Uncle Tom slave ass. They wasn't happy with me. All right. They responded to my Swim Thick video, right, a couple years ago. And he was the organizers that responded to me saying that I was a black hater. I had self-hate, and I was an Uncle Tom Coon Sambo sellout. But it's not just because they're big, is that they look unhealthy. I mean, and not only that, the water looks absolutely tainted in this situation. Look at the wowzers. I mean, and she jumping out. Oh my Lord. And she's shaking it too. All that look, what in the yeah, they're too confident to be at a regular party. And look at the niggas in here. They go to niggas. The coach, man, I get it for free. I'll never pay. I can't believe these are the people complaining about coach tricking on young 22-year-old women in my comment section. The niggas. Not me, could never be me. Ass nigga. Yeah, man. Putin, send it. Just send one. Send one today. All right, we need a reset. I've been telling you we need a reset. Anyway, is that it for Straggle Snickle Theater? No, it's not. It's not. Apparently, you guys didn't get the news. You didn't get the news that the Chicago Bears, apparently, the city of Chicago has lost. The Chicago Bears, apparently, they're building a stadium in Indiana. So this is going to be coming up. That socialist communist mayor, all right, that they got over there, whose name slips in my mind. Apparently, they didn't get enough funding to raise enough capital to keep the Bears in Chicago, so they're moving to Indiana, a neighboring city in Indiana. Well, that's a lot of teams have done that. San Francisco 49ers don't play in San Francisco. They play in San Jose or near San Jose. They play in Santa Clara. So that's a considerable drive away from San Francisco. You have the New York Giants and the New York Jets that play in New Jersey and East Rutherford. So this is nothing new. You do have teams that represent a city that don't even play in the city. And there's several other teams that don't play in the downtown area of their town anymore because, well, who wants to build a team downtown, right? You're going to build them out, miles away. So Dallas, they don't play in Dallas. They play outside in the outskirts of Dallas. The Redskins don't play in DC anymore. They play in Maryland. There's a lot of teams that don't play in the actual city anymore, because the city doesn't represent, the city's just a trademark. You know what I mean? This is the trademark, just like the nickname. So a lot of teams don't play in their city. So this is nothing new. All right. But on Straggle Snickle Theater, we have some men in Indianapolis that want to celebrate this. I don't know if you guys know, Indianapolis, Midwestern niggies are funny. All right. I grew up in the Midwest. I didn't grow up. I was born in the Midwest. I grew up in California. But actually, my birthplace is in the Midwest. And then I have a lot of families from the Midwest that migrated from the South to the Midwest. And, they're the Midwest Negroes. Any Midwest Negroes in here? Midwest Negroes are funny Negroes, man. I'll tell you, man. They're a mix of Southern Bamas mixed with a spice, a spritz of urban upgrade. They're basically Bamas, still kind of wearing braids and jerry curls. They're kind of upgraded to urban lifestyle and adapted to urban lifestyle, but not quite all the way urban. They haven't adapted completely because they're Midwestern cities and they've adapted, but their Midwestern city is just basically a segregated section of porch monkeys from Alabama and Arkansas. Don't at me, bruh. I know this. Don't say, man. And I said this before the George Floyd shit, and people said I was wrong. And then the George Floyd kerfuffle happened like immediately next week. You know, Milwaukee, Minneapolis, Detroit, Cleveland, Chicago. These are all, somebody called them Keith Urbans. They're Bama with a splash of urban, but their urban experience is segregated to their own little section. You know what I mean? They don't go outside too much. So they're still Bama country bumpkins, but inside the Midwest. You know what I mean? So it is, the Midwestern Negro is a funny Negro. They're the funniest of all the Negroes. You know what I mean? California, West Coast Negroes, we just different. We different. But so let me give you an example of the Midwestern Negro presented by Indianapolis. Apparently celebrating the Chicago Bears moving to Indianapolis or Indiana. We have Indianimals. Indianimals. Anybody heard what an Indianimal is? Right. An Indianimal. It is a Negro that is from Indianapolis, but he's crazy. An Indianimal. All right. Let's go ahead and go and celebrate the Chicago Bears moving to Indiana with the Indianimals.
We from Indiana, we some Indianimals. I'm an Indianimal, she an Indianimal. We from Indiana, we some Indianimals. Tell us, hey, tell us, hey. Hey. Animal, we from Indiana, we some Indianimals. I'm an Indianimal, she an Indianimal. We from Indiana, we some Indianimals. Tell us, hey, tell us, hey. Hey.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Like I said, the Midwestern Negro is a funny Negro, man. You cannot beat the Midwestern Negro, man. The Midwestern Negro got comedy. And did you look? Here's the problem with this that people don't realize is that some of the black women that live in these areas got to put up with this bullshit. Let's go ahead and take a look at the video real quick. Look at the woman, like, you know, it's black women here. They're trying to be educated and get degrees, but they got to live in Indianapolis. They got to live in Milwaukee. They got to live in Cincinnati, right? And the black woman trying to upgrade and get to modern society. And then they got these niggas, Indianimals. You know what I mean? Like, and there's no upgrade for them. Like, they can't, like, move up the status of hypergamy if they want to date a black man in Milwaukee. They're, like, stuck with these niggas. Like, yes, this is my baby daddy. In Cleveland, they're stuck with these guys. You know what I mean? In Cleveland, they just got to be like, well, I guess this is what I got to pick from. And look at her. She got her corporate shit on. She got a joint in her hand. She got her hair did because she got a regular job as a bank teller. Yeah. She got a blunt in her hand, but she got a bank teller job. But her boyfriend is going to try to use her status as a bank teller to rob the bank. Like, she like, oh, fuck. Like, she's stuck. She like stuck with the Indianimals. That's her dingy ass apartment too, just so you guys know. Look at that dingy ass apartment, and you know it smells like marijuana in there. Look, here we go.
Indianimal, we some Indianimals. I'm an Indianimal, she an Indianimal. We from Indiana, we some Indianimals. Tell us, hey, tell us, hey.
And look at this apartment, the dark, dank apartments of the Midwest. See, first of all, the Midwest is already dark and dank. They don't see the sun but for 110 days out of the year. All right. So it's already dark and dank and gloomy and gray in the sky and shit already. But these SoundCloud niggas like, hey, man, we going to go viral. You're going viral on CGA for sure. Oh, Jesus. I bet you these guys also are pimps on the side, too. They probably pimped her out for a couple times. Woo! That's Straggle and Snickle Theater. Enjoy from the Midwest.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
And I'm going to tell you, nothing is going to get you rich overnight. Okay, you're going to have to build this particular well. So with that being said, I'm going to put this up here. Non-disclosure agreement. He says that has to be at least $5K in equipment, allegedly. Yes. If you don't invest in your show will suffer.
When I hit 300,000, of course, I was listening to you. If you train your mind and you apply and you actually study and level yourself up, oh yeah, you're going to get the money. But you have to be dedicated.
You need multiple streams of income. This is a non-negotiable at this point. If you only have one income, if you lose that income, now where are you?
Never had an emergency fund. Never. Because if you have the ability to save money in excess of your needs, then that money should be multiplying for you.
What we do is we help with unified systems, your brand system, your web system, your data, and your operations.
If you get into a situation where you were going to take a shortcut, this is when you're going to get scammed.
Like you apply to a job and a day later you got a rejection letter. Nobody read your resume. The AI rejected your resume.
I have my cameras down here so that it's always behind everything else.
One of the things that we definitely want to practice in picking these stocks, you definitely want to exercise patience. So if you're doing diligence on a stock and you don't have to buy it at that particular point in price.
Shout out to the Coach Gang. Shout out to DG Seymour says, Coach, you're wrong. The internet was invented in 1996. Slaves had no internet. Oh, I didn't know. RTM's trip to Asia still ain't shit. Free bro Mitch lifestyle with a Y. He said he still didn't clap Melanie Monaco or Melanie King's cheeks. Shout out to you.
And that's you.
Shout out to DG Seymour over there with the support. Appreciate you, DG Seymour. Larry C says, speaking of psychology, there was a client that went to see his therapist, but was wearing a see-through shirt. The therapist told the dude, I can see clearly your nuts. Also, happy belated birthday to Martin Muhammad, a fellow Shield and Money Mindset member. You can clearly see the nuts. Shout out to you. And I can see clearly now the rain is gone. And happy Father's Day from Larry C. He says to you and all the pappies in the stream. And shout out to the Papa Smurfs out here. All right, Papa Smurf, I love that one. He says, I was going to take my dad camping, but the last time I went, it was intense. Intense. He says, shout out to you and the Shield. Take me out with I'm the Pappy. Happy Father's Day out there to the Coach Gang members. De Niro Tranquillo says, my boy went through a divorce a year ago. He's flying in some weekend therapy. He's flying them in. Shout out to you. Gonna be a lot of tricking and paying for box. Shout out to you and the Coach Gang. Appreciate you. And he's having some fun with some young calico flown in, imported calico out here. Shout out to you, De Niro Tranquillo. That's a co-sponsorship. You go through a divorce, you figure out real quick. Fuck all the bullshit. Shout out to the first time super chatter. His name is, we'll call him Jacob. He says, first time, I've been watching on and off for the past few years. You're awesome at spitting facts and arguments and making it entertaining. I think you are the only fit to do so. Doing a documentary on the manosphere. He says, when it came about where it is now and where it's going, I'm one of the only ones that for surely can tell you where it came from and how it got to the point it is now. Today, it's a lot of incel rage. All right. Well, incels have always been part of the manosphere, but the manosphere has mixed up dating coaching, incelery, and faggotry, if you will, right? Pageantry. And it's gotten ridiculous now. It's gotten ridiculous. Like one of the young people's top content creators is Clavicular. And the more you actually understand about Clavicular, you just got to shake your head like, oh man, it's going bad now. All right. Because now he got a nose job. He's got facial reconstructive surgery. Man, I mean, dude, it's getting crazy out here now. It's getting crazy. And, like I said, and people don't want to admit it, but it has been infiltrated in a variety of ways. The FBI, the CIA, well, it's not the CIA. The FBI definitely has infiltrated the manosphere. The Department of Homeland Security has infiltrated the manosphere. And the closeted bisexuals have infiltrated the manosphere for sure. So now it's just ridiculous at this point. And it's a lot of people trying to hang on and be relevant without providing information. And what they do is they try to hang on to the younger guys of the manosphere. They want to build their audience off of 18 to 24-year-old frustrated incels and closeted bisexuals and shit like this. But people going to say I'm hating, right? But yeah, you got to be crazy insecure to be jumping up here trying to get a nose job. That's crazy. I mean, you already got a nose job with the money you done made. And apparently people think that the nose job is bad. All right. Now, I don't see much difference between it. I do see a slight difference. I wouldn't say it's bad, but he definitely has reshaped his face. All right. Crazy, man. Looks maxing. And I get it, man. Boy, oh boy. But again, it's about creating the man. All right. I've always been about recreating the man. Like, let's recreate the man in the image that you want to be in, not in the image that women want you to be in, or not in the image of what other men want to see from you. Who cares? Like, what is the image that you want to create yourself in? How do you want to be treated in the world? People think short. They think short range. Shout out to you. And by the way, we're going to say Jacob with the co-sponsorship. And also, if you talk about where it came from and where it's going, people are just going to say you hating. I'm not hating. I'm just letting you know. But there's some people who know more than me, for sure. Kevin W says, a small donation for keeping me entertained during my hospitalization. One day I will sponsor a show as a thanks for the 5 years of Blue Chips. Shout out to Kevin W, man. Hey, man, I hope and wish you well in your hospitalization. Shout out to you. I hope you're okay. Shout out to Hustle Every Day says TNT, traveling and tricking. Free agent lifestyle for life, flowers for you. Shout out to you. Shout out to Travel Time with Paul. I saw he did a review also of the young man who went over to Thailand and fell in love and thought he had a love, but he had a woman that was selling some puss. She started selling puss the day I left. No, she was selling it before that. Okay. You was just a sympathetic Negro. This nigga went over there and moved in with the family because he done ran out of money for a hotel. I mean, man. And these are the type of dudes we don't want them to travel. Do not travel if you're going to go over there. And first of all, fall in love with women. The women that are made available for you as early on are all selling puss. Even if she don't sell you none, that doesn't mean she don't sold none. Now, you have to live there. Once you live there, you can get in there. Once you learn the language, just like anything, you're going to be able to learn the language, appreciate the culture. Then you're going to deal with the regular group of women. But if you go over there and you're over there for a short period of time, you're only going to deal with women who sell sex. I mean, crazy. Shout out to our brother Twin says, ninjas are doomed. Thank God I'm Coach Gang. # locals. That's Coach Greg Adams.locals.com. Ninjas are doomed. Never take advice. These are the dudes. The dudes that you saw earlier are dudes giving you advice on the internet about how to deal with relationships and women. Sadly enough. But shout out to the Locals Gang. Will be up on Locals on Sunday morning. Shout out to the Empire podcast. Says, would you ever do a marriage event for serious men and women? I would talk about marriage for men who are and women who are serious about talking about marriage. I even thought about becoming an ordained minister. Okay, you could do it for cheap. You could just do it and take they used to call it a course that you take online. But I would even do weddings. I would actually administer weddings as a side gig, just to, as a funny thing. CGA administering weddings. That would be fun. But I know that people, they used to call it a correspondence course. A correspondence course. I would do a correspondence course to become an ordained minister here in Las Vegas. And I would do weddings. I would do people's weddings. All right. And I will do your bride too. And I would do everybody that came to witness it and all the bridesmaids. I would fix a lot of people's binds at the wedding. But people are not ready for a serious conversation about marriage. Typically because, number one, they either want to get married or they're hoping that their marriage doesn't turn out to what other marriages turn out. You guys heard of the rock star, the country star? His name is Jelly Roll, right? Jelly Roll. He used to look like a jelly roll, but he's lost weight. He's taken some Ozempic. He's recently divorced or filed for divorce from his former prawn star wife, Bunny. Okay. And they had an ecclesiastical marriage. I mean, a very interesting marriage they were. For people who don't know, the black people are like, who are you talking about, coach? Let's look up Jelly Roll and his wife. Okay. His wife is named Bunny. Yeah. Okay. His wife is named Bunny. They recently he recently filed divorce from her. Okay. He filed the divorce and they are now coming out trying to say they're best friends. All right. Nothing's wrong. They're special friends. They still love each other. There they are right there. Apparently he formerly sold dope and was a drug addict. You can kind of tell by his face there. And then you have her. You can kind of tell that this is a mismatch. She definitely is a prawn star. She definitely represents as a prawn star. So she used to get her cheeks clapped on film and shit like that. And that's him now. He's lost significant amount of weight right there. And so they had a loving relationship. Everybody was like, how did he get her? Well, because take a look. He was severely overweight back in the day, and she looked like a 1990s prawn strag. So in most people's world, in the normie world, right here, everybody's like, how did he get her? She's a hottie. This woman's a slag. I mean, she's probably a good woman. She seems like a good woman, but she definitely a slag. All right, that was at the tail end of her career. But she has breast implants and fake blonde hair, and everybody's like, she's a total hottie, a MILF. All right, but there's a lot of drug abuse going on in that relationship for sure. And look at him. He got the incel haircut and all of that. He looked crazy as hell, all fat and overweight. He looked crazy skinny, to be honest. But they were together for a long time. I think over 10 years. And it was apparently the love story of Trailer Park Trash. It was a Trailer Park Trash love story of how two people who look completely different, who look like they don't belong to each other. They like, how did he get her? And why is she in love with him? And well, he became a famous singer, rock star, rapper. I think he started off as a rapper, just to be honest with you. And then it kind of got into country singing. And they recently he filed divorce on her this week. All right. I didn't cover the story because I was like, there's not much to cover. But here's the problem. They recently came out. She came out on a podcast and she was like, yeah, he filed for divorce on me, but we're still friends. He, on a country show last night, said that it was amicable. They're still special friends. Nobody cheated on each other or any of that. So he wanted to put the issue to bed. She wanted to put the issue to bed. However, she revealed something that I said would happen. First of all, since they were madly in love, sometimes people who are madly in love or claim to be madly in love, it's going to be a train wreck at the end. Okay. So normally these relationships come crashing down. Typically, if there's substance abuse or your relationships are put together by abuse of any drugs or alcohol, and one or both people quit the alcohol or the drugs, the relationship's going to crash. So it looks like he done lost weight. He probably didn't kick the drug habit, possibly, or she did, or somebody. Once one person is no longer codependent on drugs or alcohol, the relationship is doomed. So the relationship was put together and kept together through drugs and alcohol. Okay. More than likely, and some sexual trauma bonding. Okay, so that's what happened. Well, one of them cleaned up their life. We can obviously see that he cleaned up his life by becoming rich and famous. People say he cheated before, and she put up with it. Why? Because he probably still had some legs to become famous and shit like that. So she stuck it out, and she probably overlooked it. And well, she was like, "Well, he accepted me for my prawn past, so why am I upset about him cheating? He probably cheated with other slags and skeezers she knew." But here's the problem here. This is where the problem is. This is what happened. Apparently, she said they got in a fight. And I said, well, people are going to get in a fight. People, you might not ever get in a fight, but eventually you're going to get in a fight. Well, here's what happened. They got in a fight. She threw out the, why don't you file for divorce then? Now, the way she said it was very passive, but I'm pretty sure over scissor, over some malt liquor or some Pabst Blue Ribbon beers, over some injections of heroin or meth, she probably was going crazy and spiraling out of control. And she threw out the, well, if you don't like it, just divorce me then. Right. And then guess what? He called her bluff. That's what he did. That's what he called her bluff. He was like, fuck it, I'll file for divorce. All right, I got hoes in different area codes. I will have freedom from here on out. I will have to dump this shit, this trash over to the side. You're still on substance abuses, or one of them are still on abusing themselves. All right. Kick rocks. Yeah, off that Jack Daniels. So she proposed it, and he said, oh shit, you ain't said nothing but a thing. All right. Don't what? Don't what did they say? Don't challenge me to a good time. All right. So he got leverage and options. Before, she was the best thing he could get. Today, not so much. So soon as she threw that out there out of insecurity, he go ahead and said, okay, I'm gonna call your bluff. And then he went and filed. And then it caught her off guard. So she's the one that got blindsided. And I'm going to tell you what happened was she definitely was developing some insecurities related to him. It was easy to keep him when he was fat and out of shape and on drugs and down bad. She held him down for him to get up to the level that he did. And all the way he was cheating on her, right? That's the allegations that he cheated on her in the past. So it was easy for her to feel secure when he was fat and out of shape. When he got in shape and kicked the drugs, and if she didn't, she couldn't control him no more. And other women was in the game. He got money, leverage, and options. So he was like, say less. Say less. Do what you want. Hey, go ahead. Go. And also, she's a lot older than she was when he first got with her. That's what he looked like. Let's go back and see if we can see it here. Okay, so she's a lot older. Okay, and you can see her weight fluctuates dramatically all over the place, which is not very good. That's her in some sort of Spanx activity out there. But he's like, and that's him fat. Look, take the look. So there she is looking like a Kim Kardashian android. This is him as his career's taking off, fat and out of shape. So look at the leverage. Even though he's got money in the budding career, everybody's like, oh, he's lucky he got her. Okay, now let's go fast forward. Not so lucky anymore. All right, although he still looked crazy as hell. She's older and overweight for a white woman. Okay. And so now all of a sudden, oh, you want to pull my whole card? Say less. See, that's him, fat, out of shape, and down bad. This is her. And for Trailer Park Trash purposes, you got to realize that this is a come up for him. This is an extreme come up. He's basically got an Instagram model as an overweight fat dude. And guess what? Soon as he lost some weight and made millions and millions of dollars, he said, somebody got to go. Okay, somebody got to go. Interesting. Good luck out there, fellas. But that's what I would offer for wedding advice, for marriage advice, to tell people, man, marriage is not a fairy tale. It is not a fantasy. It is hard work, and you're going to deal with people. You got to deal with people. You got to deal with a person, and the love is going to wear off. That love is going to wear off. Now, what do you do? How do you manage the relationship in marriage? Shout out to Ray, says, good morning, coach. Something for the plate. Shout out to Ray, man. Thank you, man. You've been here the past few days this week, offering up some support. I appreciate you. Okay. Some people think it's sad when I say the love wears off. I'm like, no, it's not. The love wears off. The true success of marriage is long term when you can procreate. Because I'm not anti-marriage. I think the true reward of marriage is when you can stick out the tough times, when the love wears off, procreate, and then support your kids to make better citizens so that they can procreate and you can see your grandkids. That is the true reward of marriage. Not how much sex she's giving you, not how much he loves you, not how much he puts up with not having sex with you, not how much money he gives you, not how much he pays the bills. The true reward of marriage is sticking it out during the toughest times, which I know the toughest times is when your kids are very dependent on the parents. It wears down on you. And then eventually you'll try to say which one of these people are less needed. Then it's normally the spouse. But the beauty of relationships and marriages, which we don't practice anymore, that's why I can't encourage you to do it, is that we don't stick it out during the tough times. We simply divorce each other. We just divorce. Divorce is just too easy. So it's not anti-marriage, CGA. It is anti the divorce system. And as a result, you're sticking your neck out there when you do it. Anyway, who wants that? J Flow says, showing some support for all you do. Shout out to the Coach Gang and Team USA. Are they playing today? Gary says, we are animals, Midwest animals, aka an indie animal. He says, give me the elephant soundbite. Shout out to you, Gary, and the indie animals. Any other indie animals here? And Jay McGee says, what's up, Coach? It's Juneteenth. Tell these niggies get off the corner and get a job. You better boss up. Shout out to you, man. You better boss up, nigga. We have not recovered as a people, as they say, from the institution of slavery. Like, we have not recovered, all right, mentally. It has nothing to do with, I mean, there has definitely been some things that have systematically kept the Negro down, but Negroes keep each other down, all right, because misery loves company. So a lot of these dudes still sitting on the corner acting like it's 1987 and they can't get a job. But yeah, it's sad. But you can't tell them to boss up because they'll even fight you for that. All right, they'll fight you for that. NT Way, let's get in here and talk about bossing up. Boss up, nigga. All right, bossing up here. Check this out. Check this out. This is an interesting story right here. What is Gen Z's dream job? You guys know this real quick. I'm actually doing it right in front of you. What is the dream job of not every Gen Z, the majority of Gen Z? And they've measured this over the past 10 years, and we still see people doing it today or attempting to do it today. The dream job of influencers is, the dream job of Gen Z is the influencer. So let's go ahead and show you an article real quick. This is an old article, but I'm going to show why this makes sense. The Gen Z's dream job, colleges embrace influencer career courses. So influencer is right here a new career path, becoming a part of the influencer economy. Now, this is nothing new. We knew this, and we saw this coming down the pike when Jake Paul and the likes were starting to get popular. Gen Z people pivoted to have their dream job being an influencer. Now, people think influencing is easy. I have talked about this several times on the Money Mindset in my course over there in the Blue Chip Mindset, is that influencing is very hard. People think it's easy. I'm going to just make a couple of videos and then sit back and kick it and go shop and do this. Or they'll say, I'm going to take my influencer money and I'm going to go shop and do all of this and document it, IRLs or vlogs. And people look at the results of what people does as an influencer and they go, oh, that's easy. CGA, that's easy. AI can come up with your topics. Actually, I had somebody come up with did a script for my AI, and I looked at the links and I was like, stop doing that. Right? To sum up what I do and simply say an AI can come up with your goddamn show is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I know people think it's possible, but it's not. My show is very good. AI can't duplicate it. Okay. They're not going to come up into connecting my philosophy with the clips that I actually hand select. All right. I hand select these clips. People suggest them. I have clips that I look at throughout the week and I piece this together. People think, oh, somebody can easily duplicate that, and they cannot. All right. Preparing for this show, it's more than just pressing a button. Okay. It's more than just pressing a button and popping up here live. There's a lot of preparation that goes into it. And then even after the show, there's a lot that goes into it with post-production editing, stripping the audio out, pasting it on there for the podcast. It takes it's from 5 o'clock to 12:30 nonstop, or sometimes to 1. And it's very exhausting. It's a full day. That's a full day's work for most people. And it seems easy to get up here and talk. That's hard to do. Can you get up here and talk and hold people's attention? No. Like, most people can't do this show because they'll just simply take one topic and talk about it for 3 hours, 2 hours, 1 hour, one topic. I'm literally talking about multiple subject matters and multiple segments for hours. Now, here's what happens. Because people think it's easy, they just think, I'll just take a camera and a couple of microphones and just set it up. And what they'll do is they'll take the easy route. They'll go for the short form content. They'll go to TikTok. They'll go to Instagram, which is the easiest thing to do. I got a phone, set it up vertically, boom, talk. And now they're calling yap content, just yap, 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 clip, and then go out there. But, to maintain it and be consistent over periods of years is difficult. And people simply get gassed out. They get tired. But the problem is there's just too much money in it. And people think that it's the easiest way to make money, which I think of all the things that you could do, certainly the capacity to make a high amount of money over time is very high compared to other jobs. You can get there faster if you are consistent and you pop off. So this is why Gen Z people are looking at it as the dream job. And with that being said, you also see why they have issues that we're going to talk about the dark psychology of people, specifically women and men, getting into this career. All right, they're getting into this field and it develops some dark psychological effects that they cannot shake over time. The creator economy valued at estimated $250 billion in 2024. It'll be $1 trillion by the year 2030. And it says right here is going to eclipse $500 billion in the next few years. So there's a lot of money to be made. One thing, and people make a mistake. Here's a mistake people make. The people that they see making money today, they don't realize they've been in the game for 7 to 15 years. Okay. The people that are at the top of the food chain have been doing influencing for 7 to 15 years, sometimes 20. So people like Mr. Beast, he's been in the game for 15 or 20 years. There was a content creator, a little blonde chick, was like, this is my 20th year on YouTube. All right. She's been making videos for 20 years and now she's got millions of subs, but she's been doing it for damn near 2 decades. Jake and Logan Paul. Yeah, they're making millions now. They've been doing it since they were like 12 and 13. You see people like even Kai Cenat. Kai Cenat has been doing it as early as 2017, 2018. Okay. I've been doing it. My first video was posted 15 years ago. All right. I've been doing it consistently since 2017, 2018. Consistently. Like every day. Damn near every day. Putting it in. No fail. There are some people that pop off fast, but those usually are celebrities. So Shannon Sharp popped off fast because he had a built-in audience. So those people make the transition very relatively quickly. They get brand deals, they get sponsorships, and they're able to piece it together. Cameron and Mace, Joe Budden, those people have a built-in audience. So they come in and they go through the cycle of being a content creator and going through the rough part faster. Not only that, people are willing to work from them from the beginning. So Shannon Sharp says, I'm going to make a podcast. 3 people will say, I'll help you. Okay. There's a wrestler named Maven. He was a former WWE wrestler. He popped off because he had a person that already knew how to make content, volunteer to help him edit and put the shit out like right away. So if you have people writing your show and finding clips and doing all the back end work and editing your shit voluntarily or for small amount of money, peanuts initially, you're going to go through quicker if you have a built-in audience. Okay. They'll set up your podcast. They'll let you get the studio for free. Whereas if you have nothing, it's harder. So then you compare yourself against those people and there's no comparison. Now, here's the thing about this. If you think this economy is going to make people go get a job, you're sadly mistaken. All right. You're sadly mistaken because Kai Cenat has just released or just set up his auditions for the 2nd year of Streamer University. While people say these young people need to go get a job, take a look at this in Atlanta, State Farm Arena. Look at the amount of young people that should be out there getting a job, but what are they doing, ladies and gentlemen? They want to be streamers. Look at that. Look at the amount of these young people. Now, people are saying if we were getting out to vote, how many of these young people will show up? Only 10%, maybe 20%. If we were doing something like job applications for Jiffy Lube, guess what? Not this many people will show up. But look at the amount of people that have showed up to try to audition for his streamers university. This is what we're talking about. This is the new economy, influencer frenzy. It shut down Atlanta. Okay. And these people are looking for the fast buck. They're going to spend the better part of 5 to 10 years trying to be an influencer. And they don't really know what they're getting into. They're willing to sell their soul to become influencers. Look at this. Look at this, man. And if you take a look at me, I'm in my 50s and still a streamer and an influencer. So you would be surprised at the amount of young people, even my sons, people at their universities who look at me and they go, damn, your dad's living the life. Despite the amount of people that try to hate on me and jealousy and envy and shit like that and misunderstandings and calling me a grifter, I'm living a life that a lot of young people would like to have. Okay. Until you're back here doing it and realize how much work goes into it. You think this is easy to show up every day and have a show and topic and entertain. It's not that easy. But take a look at the younger generation. And if you talk about women today, see, this is the thing that we don't want to talk about. Women today, their new thing is they want to be an influencer. There's a lot that comes along with being a successful influencer. I found that women do not want to put in the work. It's very rarely that they want to put in the work. They can build audiences very fast. All right, faster than almost any guy can, even male celebrities. But women can build and gain attention relatively quickly. However, they don't really know how to consistently stay on top of being a creator. But that easy path to soothe the dark psychology of a woman is to be in front of the camera and lights and then get accolades and people say, yeah, queen, and men say you're so beautiful, and you'll have celebrities, male celebrities following them. And all of a sudden that dark psychology is going to show up. So this is why you even see with the Kai Cenat thing, a lot of the people who are auditioning are not just men. There are a lot of women. There are a lot of women trying to get into that streamers university because they know if they get up there and shake that ass and twerk like Cooking with Kaya, they can garner some fast attention that they can monetize. So this is what the world we're living in. And of course, this called all kind of security concerns in Atlanta. They decided to shut down the event. But this is what's going to happen here. This is where young people are going, and there's nothing we can do about it, especially the young women. All right. The young women are going that way. All right. Here's the thing about it, though, on the boss up segment real quick.
You better boss up, nigga.
You do have to have a sense of urgency about getting to where you need to go as a guy. You don't have to have everything figured out. I've had 5 or 6 careers since I've been an adult. Not only that, I've had sub careers and things that I did as side hustles. So really, it's been 10 or 15 things. Even though I graduated from a university, I got a master's degree, a bachelor's degree, and I'm 2 credits away from an associate's degree that I don't need, plus all kind of certifications, real estate, certifications in strength and conditioning, shit like that. I've always tried to find a way to learn a skill and use a side hustle and get educated so that I can have a sense of urgency about getting to where I need to go. Well, you only have, and I want you to listen to this, less than 35 years to get as much money as you can possibly get from this marketplace. This is on average 35 years. You got from the age of 20 to 55 to get your money. Once those ages, like before that, you can barely get money unless you're an 18-year-old woman on Barely Legal and you're on a prawn site. After 55, all bets are off. That doesn't mean you're not going to make money. Highly likely, if you did well for yourself, you can continue to make money until your 70s. But if you didn't do well and position yourself well and you lost years and wasted time, the likelihood of you making money past 55 shrinks tremendously. And I'm going to show you a video of people that are realizing this. In the corporate industry, there's something called ageism. So if you're a person saying, I'm going to just go to get a safe and secure job and work it and work 35, 40, 55 years and never get fired, you are wrong. Ageism exists. This is a YouTube or an Instagram channel called The Bridge Years. This is a guy, he says he's 59 years old. He says he's bridging the gap between 59 and retirement. 65, which is typically the retirement age for people who have done well and saved for retirement. But what happens is between 55 and 65, you're holding on by the hairs of your chinny chin chin. Because ageism in the corporate world is real. If you're just getting started at 40, you only got 15 years before that ageism creeps in. Let's hear his synopsis on the bridge years of what something that people don't talk about is that you're going to be highly affected, especially if you didn't prepare for retirement by 65. You're going to get got. Okay.
Well, it happened. After 35 years in IT and after 18 years in my last position, I got the call on Wednesday. I got a call from my boss, my HR. We had an early morning meeting in which they said that the company was restructuring and that my services were no longer needed and that they appreciated my time at the company, but my position was being eliminated. So here I am, my very first Monday after 35 years of being employed without a job.
Okay, didn't I say 35 years? 35 years. You got 35 years to get in and get out. Now, your income possibly might decrease, but that doesn't mean you couldn't invest and save and have compound interest and buy property and real estate and prepare for retirement and have your 401k. You better have it because, yeah, you might get that call and get kicked the fuck out. Just like that, human resources. Now, typically, let me go ahead and have this video play, but they don't have nothing left for you. Barely a severance package, nothing to hold you down for 10 years, no pension, no gold watch, no silver button, no none of that. It's time for you to go. Your time's up because technology catches up. Okay, technology is going to catch up. Technology is caught up to a person like me. All right, a person that is in college can use AI just to write a term paper. All right, and they're used to doing it. They could just call up whatever they need to call up. Whereas me, I would need a crash course. I would need some confidence, and I would need to be able to say I can depend on this on a daily basis to assist me. It's much harder for me to develop a new skill, all right, to teach an old dog new tricks than it is a young person, because a young person grows up with it. For me, it's hard for me to constantly be typing on my phone. I'm not used to it. I've lived most of my adult life without having to communicate on my phone, whereas a young person was born with the phone. So all of their communication is just much easier. They're used to it. As to me, I'm like, man, I ain't got no time for that bullshit. So people, eventually technology is going to catch up. People can do what you can do for much cheaper and faster. Okay. The old ways of doing things, although those are the old traditional ways, the ways he does it with a typewriter or a word processor, sending out some emails is just too slow. And we're paying you a high amount of money. He's making $85K to do it slowly. Young kid will take a job for $35K. I can hire 3 young people and get way more production than I can from this old person right here. So it's going to catch up to you at some particular point, and the companies, you're going to find out where their loyalty lies. Okay, my company believes in me. They're loyal to me. And just like that, you're out of there. How do I support that? Listen to what he says next.
It's the first Monday in the beginning of my transition, my journey into retirement, I guess. The problem is I'm not really ready for retirement.
See, that's going to be the tough one. Remember, you must figure out how to get in and get out. I'm not ready for retirement. The bridge gap, the bridge years. He's not ready. And most people today, boomers and Gen Xers, they're not ready. They're still trying to figure out how to hold on. All right, they need to make their money back. They're still trying to get their money out of the system at 55 to 70. And at that point, you realize you fucked up. You made a lot of bad choices, whether it was having kids out of wedlock, you got married and divorced, you bought a home and refied and foreclosured, right? You made a lot of mistakes financially in your life. You just can't blame the system. You got greedy, or you fell in love, or you thought you were entitled to something that no longer is there. And then you didn't save for retirement. A lot of your loss was due to love, and you thought you had time to make it up. And he's saying, I ain't got time though. Okay.
I'm 59. I'm close. I get it. But I still got a gap that I need to fill. Yeah, I've got some money saved away, and I'd probably be okay. But there's a gap there that needs to be filled if I want a really enjoyable retirement. So today I'm starting this channel, and what I hope to bring is my experience, my transition, my journey into what I'm going to do to bridge the gap. I'm calling this channel The Bridge Years, and the idea is to identify side hustle income, or just say other means of income, and just see how it goes.
Now, I said this about, for people who watch My Money Mindset, I said one group that is going to be very needed in social media is people like this. All right. People that are bridging the gap. They're older, they have knowledge and wisdom, and they're ready to give knowledge, like not just young influencers telling you about life, older people telling you about life. But what I find with these older people, the mistake that they make is that they do this after they get laid off. All right. I want y'all to listen to me. They do this after they get laid off. All right. Because their belief is that I don't need that. I'll just go get a job. I'll just hit Indeed and Monster.com and LinkedIn, and they'll hold on for as long as they can. And then when they finally got no more fucking breathing room, then they jump on, and then they start wanting to make a channel. But then I'm telling you, it's too late. Then they start studying how you can make money off TikTok, how you can make money off YouTube. And then they'll even be trying to tell me how to do it. And I've been doing it for 15 years. And they'll be like, you know, you can do this. Nigga, I know I can do it. Okay, shut the fuck up. All right, you can't do it. Stop telling me what to do. All right, but they'll try to do it, and they think it's just going to happen overnight. And all of a sudden, they're just going to jump into making, Social Security Plus. Okay, Social Security Plus. But somebody said what he really needs to do is go to Thailand, become an expat, because you're cooked here in America because of inflation and wages. All right, you're not going to be able to survive here, sir. Like he said, he just created the channel. He's done very well with his first couple of videos. Okay, let me see if I can pull this up. And he's got 35,000 followers. When was this first video posted? Yep. First video. Oh, Jesus. The first video. Right there. And so, like I said, these people will make great influencers because they have knowledge and wisdom that most people don't have. I said, wait till old people start making content. This is my prime example right here. Money Mindset. Press 1 in the chat if you hear me been telling you that. I said the best philosophers have not been giving any input on social media. You got 23-year-old female life coaches telling you how to fucking live life. I'm like, wait till these old people jump on here. All right, and start telling you the realities of the fucking world. All right, take a look at this, because everybody thinks they're gonna make it in life. But look at this. Somebody say he 9 years older than me, and look. I always tell you about, when I'm 50, all right, being 50, and people say you too old. And I'm like, nigga, line up 50-year-old men, bro. 50-year-old men are fucking disastrous. I'm like in the top 90 percentile of 50-year-old men. Okay. I'm Superman, nigga. I'm the ultimate total package for 50-year-old men. I know I'm younger at 50, but I'm the fucking total package at 50. Not a lot of 50-year-old niggas look like me. Okay. At all. All right. And that's the benefit of being small. All right. When you're taller and big, and you just, you're going to be fat and overweight, slopped out. You got a head full of hair and shit, maybe a toupee. All right. But he definitely worn out. All right. Life done beat his ass. All right. But check this out. I want to tell you this. And in this era, he definitely got a divorce in there looking like that. In this era, we need older people to show the realities of life. This is a real life guy right here. Not CGA's life, right? Where I done figured out how to come up and maintain and come out here and still climb and be aggressive and not jump to my motherfucking bot job. All right. A guy that jumped out there and said, fuck the bullshit. So this is how life wear your ass down. I know a lot of y'all I know a lot of you guys think you're not going to look like this at 50, 59, and 60. Yeah, bruh. As I say, keep living. Keep living. I'm going to just get a safe, stable job and then ride it out. Nope. You're going to get laid off. As a matter of fact, his channel says right here, laid off at 59 after 18 years at the job. Building income before Social Security plus Medicare, side hustles, investing, wins, and mistakes. I'm telling you, this is the new era of what they call the interest media. Okay. This is what we need more of. We need people that had life whoop their ass. Not these young motherfuckers, 30, 40 years old, never had a relationship, never had a living girlfriend, never had a marriage, don't got no kids, can't fuck on command, giving you advice. How these motherfuckers giving you advice? Ain't got no life experience other than a job. You're going to need older people to jump in here. So if you're older, jump in there, bruh. Jump in there and get in the game. It ain't too late for you. We have people, you have the ability to grow an audience faster because people are going to listen to you because you then went out there. You then went out there and you had life dealt you a hand and you got to deal with that shit. Okay, but you got incels giving you advice and 20-year-old looks maxers giving you advice and fucking married dudes that don't fuck younger woman giving you advice on dating. I'm telling you, you better jump on it. Better jump on it. And my advice, again, you can jump over there on the money mindset. I teach you how to do this. My advice is do this before you get laid off. You ain't hearing me. I just gave you a free blue chip. Do this before you get laid off. I give this advice because when people get laid off, they still want to contact me and talk about social media and shit after they got laid off. Don't wait till you get laid off because this is not going to help you. You're going to need some income when that severance package run out and your unemployment run out. Do this before you get laid off because the layoff is coming. Your 50 ageism is going to hit you square over the head. Do this before you get laid off. Start building this blocks up. But these people don't want to do it because I don't want people to see my social media. I don't want people to see my information in my private life. Okay, shut the fuck up, man. Shut up with your old ass. Nobody gives a fuck. Wait for human resources might fire me. You mean your slave master? Your slave. Do this before you get laid off, and you will thank yourself. But boss up anyway.
Better boss up, nigga.
All right, let them old cackling ass slave plantation motherfuckers see your social media and be like, oh, they have their own social media account. You're gonna get fired. I'm gonna get fired anyway. Nigga, I'm 55, 59. I'm gonna get fired anyway. Okay. We have crime and law, CGA. We got some criminal shit going on real quick. Crime and law. Let's run that beautiful intro real quick because I spent time on it. Crime and Law CGA. Let's get into it here. That's the money mindset link. Crime and Law CGA. We have a woman that says, don't let no one call you to your death. I mentioned this video the other day, and I think this is a very, very good video for you guys to learn really quickly here. Let's listen to the young lady.
Tell y'all something. My mama always taught me, don't let nobody call you and get you out your bed at night. My mama said if somebody is urgently trying to get you out your bed, trying to get you to come somewhere, that person is calling you to your death. And I have always lived by that. I have never let nobody call me and get me out my bed. Not a nigga, not a friend, nothing. Let me tell you about this girl from when I was in college. She let somebody call her to her death. And I truly believe like in what my mama said. So I never forget, it was a night, it was like me and a couple of my other friends that was in the dorm. It was our sophomore year. And we used to play pranks on the boys. Like the way the dorm was set up, the boys was on the 3rd floor. We was on the 2nd floor, and then the bottom floor was like the lobby area, and it was some rooms down there at the bottom too. I never forget. One day we had put like bubbles inside of in a bucket, and we used to take it and we used to throw the bubbles underneath the boys' dorm. Like we'll throw the bubbles underneath the door and flood their rooms out. It was one of those nights where we was like playing pranks on the dudes, so we had to go in our rooms. So boom, she wasn't a part of the prank. She was in her bed. She was actually sleeping. So one of the girls that went to college with us, she didn't stay in the dorm. She just was like one of the girls that went to college with us.
All right,
she
all
like,
right.
Yeah, she like,
Okay. Golly.
Silence, you fool.
And then what had happened was, Jesus, man, what in the world?
Shut your bitch ass up.
Ladies, please. Shut up. You could get to the point, man. I'll tell you, man, like women get around me and I get frustrated with them and like, why you get so frustrated? Why you so mean? I'm like, cause land the plane. You could get to the point without all of this. And what had happened was, and I went through the door and we went, shut up. Get to the point, land the plane. I'm not here for you to just talk to me. Talking requires energy. Listening requires energy. All right. And you're just sucking my energy up. Talking and shit. People think talking is just free. Talking ain't free. Because I got to sit there and listen and focus and try to figure out and put and comprehend and order shit back and then ask questions back and re-engage in communication. Talking ain't free. Jesus Christ.
Silence, you fool.
Anyway, the point she made is very important on Crime and Law CGA. Don't let people call you to your death. Do not let people wake you up. Because I remember one time this guy, I met him and he was like, hey, he recognized me, CGA. Shout out to you if you're listening. Nothing personal about what I'm saying here. But he was like, yeah, you know, I got this and I got a networking group. And he was talking about how successful he was. I bumped into him at a cigar bar. And I think he was with a woman at the time. And he was like, yeah, let's get together. And so when that happens, I'm like, all right, let me give him my fucking phone number that I don't. It's not my personal phone. It's just a phone that I have that I give to influencers and other people that I meet that sometimes want to connect on some other shit. They got some business idea. Oh, how can I connect with you? All right, here's this number. All right, but you never get my personal number. You getting the number on the phone. I don't check, but every couple of weeks. All right. So anyway, he ended up calling me and was like, hey, it was like 9:30, 10:30. He was like, hey, man, we all getting together at this place. It was off the strip. It was not at a local place. It was not at a strip. You know, it was not at a bright lit place. It was at a dimly lit place. And he was like, hey, we all getting together right now. Come through. Nope. And he trying to give me the information. And I'm like, who's there? What is it? Who, when, where, why, and how? Hell no. Nope. Hell fucking no, bro. If for me to show up to shit like that, I need details, planning, what the parking's like, what car I can drive. That sounds like a setup to me. All right. It don't sound like some shit. That's not a great business opportunity. That's not a networking opportunity. Hell no. To me, that's like calling me to my death. I'm walking in blind. I don't know what part of the town it's on. He gonna give me the address. It's gonna be in a hole in the wall, strip joint. Fuck that. No, that's gonna be a no. Nothing personal, but no. What type of niggas are there? Who you there with? Send me a picture who you there with, nigga. What's their names? No. I'm not that desperate for attention or to hang out with motherfuckers. Like, I'm not lonely. I like my alone time. All right. I might have been in the middle of some pussy, but no, not no last minute pull up. No, it wasn't a white guy. It was a black guy too. So that didn't help. All right. So you're a black guy telling me to pull up somewhere that is in a dimly lit neighborhood in Las Vegas off the strip. Nope. Last minute. No, there's no fucking way. Okay. There's zero. Now, if you tell me to meet at the Chandelier Bar in the middle of the goddamn Cosmopolitan, all right, that's completely different. That's completely different. All right. Cause now I got security and all kind of, you know, I got the casino security. I can just be like, oh, this shit is fucked up and go somewhere else, go to the sports bar. Like, that's completely different. But telling me to meet at some fucking club off Tropicana is crazy as hell. Anyway. So that's calling me to my death. Don't have information. I'm blind. I can't even get my team of dudes together at the last minute to protect me. All right, I'm pulling up in my parking lot. I'm on the wrong side of town. I got the 911. They don't got valet. Like, The parking lot's full already. I'm parking on the street. This shit is a disaster. This shit is a disaster. So this is what I'm talking about, calling you to your death. It's not just women calling you to say, hey, my pookie boyfriend roughing me up. And you go over there at 11:30, between 11:30 and 3 a.m. to break up the bullshit, and then you get shot. All right, that's another way they call you through your death. But don't let people wake you up in the middle of the night. Oh, you missing it? Come through, pull up, because you don't have enough information or discernment to get the details to see if you're going to get fucked up. All right, we got more crime and law CGA to report on here. Soldier Boy Tellum is on here again. All right, you guys remember his assistant said that he sexually battered her, and he lost a lawsuit, $4 million lawsuit of his assistant, who he said he would just roll up his joints and clean up. But most of it was that she was there for sex. And a lot of guys try to hire women and then try to fuck them. Guys, this is what dudes say. You know, they say that they don't pay, but they do dumb shit like this. And she ended up suing his ass for $4 million. All right, crazy. It says, for people who missed out on that one, it says right here, Soldier Boy's ex-girlfriend is attempting to have his music residuals sold off to collect on a multi-million-dollar judgment against him, a former assistant who then started a 2-year romance with the rapper. Filed a notice announcing her intent to sell Soldier's right to collect music residuals from broadcast music, aka shit ain't free. The jury awarded her $4 million following a jury trial he lost after they found the musician was liable for sexual battery, infliction of emotional distress, and other claims, because lawsuits are the new divorce. At the time, Soulja Boy's lawyer claimed the evidence does not support the verdict. Well, gentlemen, you cannot hire women and then fuck them. Guys will try to skirt the I don't want to pay and I don't want to date. They'll try to skirt this by doing something like I'll hire you as an assistant, a publicist, a personal trainer, and shit like that. And then eventually you just trying to fuck. All right, you're just trying to have sex with them. That's what it is. And then you end up having a relationship. She backdoors relationship you. And then when it doesn't work out, or you refuse to pay her, or you kick her to the curb, here she comes to try to get the money, $4 million.
I got money.
That's called paying on the back end. Back end payment. All men pay. Even when you trying to not pay, all men pay. Well, what happens is he is now having her collect his residuals. Oh my goodness. And this is an attempt. This doesn't mean she's going to be successful. But once you get a woman gets a judgment on you, she will be relentless in an attempt to collect that money. Ask Shannon Sharp. Ask Tasha K. Okay, ask me and my ex-wife. Once a woman gets a judgment, she is not gonna stop collection efforts. Ask the game. The rapper had a judgment of collection, all right, for a lawsuit that he lost. And because he didn't show up to court, he lost, and that woman has turned his financial life upside down. She's going to try to do everything she can to collect once she gets that judgment. Okay. That's just as good as gold. That paper is as good as gold. She's not just going to say, well, I just won on GP. I get women on GP. There ain't no GP out here. There is always a front end, the middle, and the back end. Some men just get away with the back end by the hoes crawling back into their sewer. Okay. And most of the time you getting it on regular slop-a-lops. Let's just be honest. Y'all not all torturing and getting hoes on GP that are baddies. They're mostly strags. We seen this earlier. I know y'all be mad at me. All right. So there it is right there. His music royalties up for selling his music. God, what? God dang, bruh. Men will never learn that the ego is not your amigo. If your ego is in women, didn't the Bible tell you, you put your ego in women, you are asking for an L, bruh. You are asking for an L. All right. My ego is not in women. All right. I don't trust women to put my ego in a woman. All right. Now, for me, I get to tell you guys, hey, look at what I got going on. All right. But my ego in getting women, I've released that to the Lord. Lord, you can have that. Okay. Because I see how women will do just the top tier, man. You can be a top tier guy and a woman will just deal. You think that something's going to be the equal or the woman's just going to be over you and just, nah, bro. At some particular point, she going to stab your ass in the back. Speaking of getting stabbed in the back, we have a horrifying incident in China related to 2 female students attempting to throw a 3rd female student off a rooftop and then trying to say it was a self-deletion. The Lings, you're up again, ladies. Lings.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
You got to know that Lings are as wonderful as they are, as small and petite as they are, as nice and adorable and neatness as they are, as much as you could just take advantage of them because they small and petite. Lings are dangerous. According to Chinese news here, take a look at this video. A teacher allegedly going up the stairs, finding 2 young students attempting to throw over another female student, and they were going to say she jumped. Take a look. Oh, my. Look at this. Damn.
What kind of fuck you give me?
Look at that little Ling.
What kind of fuck you give me?
Oh my goodness. Off the roof. Look, she hiding. What?
American people ain't kind of fuck.
Man, when you talk about the dark psychology of women, we're going to talk about it because in relationship to men, we're going to talk about how this plays, how women have to deal with women. They were going to throw her ass off the roof. She said this game is not fun. I don't think it was a game. Jeez. That's not a game. That's not the game of throw them off the roof. I've never played this game before. I've never had to have anybody play this game before. Maybe a trash can, but they literally got her ass climbing up. Look at that. She fighting, trying to jump off. Wow. God dang. That is an evil world we live in. They try to get her ass to jump off. It was going to claim it was self-deletion. And look how they scattered as soon as they... Man almighty. And why is she covering her face? Look at this, man. That is crazy work. That's one of y'all. That's a white man's future wife right there. Okay. That is a white man's future wife for sure.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
All right. Goodness, man. Protect your neck out here. Be careful with them Lings, man. People be like, they're more submissive. They do this, man. They are some very thought and plotting ass women. I'll be watching out with the corner of my eyes for Lings. I'll be looking at Lings like, yeah, man, I ain't gonna go to sleep. I hide the knives when I'm around Lings. Okay. I don't let them get no fucking hands on no bleach. Hands on no bleach when I'm living around Lings. God dang. Treacherous human beings, man. That's cold-blooded. All right, we got some support here, and then we got the next 2 segments. What's coming up next? Coming up next, we have an update from Barack Obama. All right, they just had a news interview with Michelle Obama, and so we do have a clip from that. We have Why Men Don't Approach, 2 classic examples of that, and then we're going to get into the main event, which features Ashlee Janae, fiance Joe McCain, talking about how she was dealing with declining mental health as a social media influencer and the dark psychology behind women's nature who are influencers. Dion Miller says, what's up for the weekend? Shout out to you over on the Cash App. Appreciate you for being
here.
Nigga?
What's up for the
weekend?
What's up for the
weekend?
Nigga?
Well, we got Juneteenth and Father's Day. All right. Say hello to your pappy out there. Go tell your pappy what's up if you can. Okay, we got people over on Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and all of that. We have to do all of that because, yeah, that's how you support. We have people over here. Let's see what the Venmo love is looking like. It is our brother here, it is Alan. Alan Bernard Hopkins says, on my flight heading home from vacation, you're right. It was a much needed break. I feel recharged and ready to make my money. Now I have a whole week of your content that I have to catch up with all on the weekend. Shout out to you. Congratulations for taking a break. Everybody needs a break to recreate. You need to recreate. That's what recreation is, to recreate. You need a break during the day. Okay. You can't just work straight. You also need a break from your work, which could be you've been working for several weeks. Take a break. All right. The weekends are a break. Yeah. Shout out to Hustle Every Day. Said, I showed my older brother and cousins your video. Now I'm an angry, misogynist, bitter, lonely man. Meanwhile, they all failed their first marriages and currently date horrific second disasters. Some men are just hopeless romantics, right? Some men just believe in love after love. The ego is in it. Shout out to you. You're an angry misogynist. You're going to be bitter and lonely. All because you're looking out for yourselves. Even the gay manosphere has said that, man, CGA need to settle down and get married. Kaylin says, the Bears moving to Indiana would be weird. We're used to the Giants and the Jets being in New Jersey, the Rams and the Chargers being in Inglewood. That isn't a big deal since Inglewood is in LA, but I feel bad for Chicagoans. Can you keep saying the Indiana Bears from now on? That doesn't sound right. The Indiana Bears. First of all, they have the Indianapolis Colts. So there's that problem. They already have, you don't need two teams in Indiana. You barely need one team in Indiana. But, Gary, Indiana, or Hammond is not that far from Chicago. However, it is pretty close to Indianapolis too. So but they should just go back to like back in the day, the early football teams, the Portsmouth Stallions, the Green Bay Packers, go back to those old days where small towns were big cities. That type shit. But, who cares about the Bears? The Bears might be playoffs this year. Playoffs. the Care Bears. Yeah, let's call them the Care Bears. Shout out to the Get the Gab show. Says, I'm doing a parasite cleanse, getting in shape and resetting my life before turning 41 next month. Mom passed away last year. Rest in peace to moms. 9 days before my birthday. And it just gives me more incentive to boss up. Shout out to the coach, man. Yeah, boss up. Not only that, rest in peace to your mom. And then also, now you have some focus ahead to realize that, your mom sound young in age. So that gives you a reality check. Oh, man. All right. She was young and still had life ahead of her. And unfortunately, now that gives you some motivation. Fortunately, I should say. No Government Name says, could you create a money mindset show focusing on behind the scene roles that support social media influencers? Yeah, that's a good show. Good show topic right there. That there are a lot of businesses. This is the thing about social media. Let me see here. Influencers behind the scenes is that a lot of people want to be in front of the camera. That's the narcissism. But there have been a lot of businesses that have been created, even in people's, small offices at home, that have been for behind the scene purposes. Okay. And we've identified those years ago to say, you don't have to be in front of the camera to be involved in influence. If you know how to be an influencer, you can still do jobs in social media. For instance, if I stop doing social media, that doesn't mean my career is over in social media. I have enough history and receipts to actually coach people with social media. I've actually coached people now with social media, people that are not related to what I do. I've coached them and made money just teaching them social media. The amount of boomers and Gen Xers that'll want to get in the game, once I just be like, you know what, I'm done with social media. I can still coach. I can still come up with an app, a platform. I could just give people details about it, do a webinar, seminar. that's a transition out of it. It's the same as a basketball player. He don't play basketball no more, but he can coach. So that's one of the things that I look at and go, hey, you know what? Once I'm done, or I'm broken it down, and I'm burned out, and I moved on, and I'm in the Philippines and Metro Manila going through little Filipina girlfriends, right? I don't need to be in front of the camera anymore. I can still keep coaching people because there's going to be millions of people that want to do this. All I need to do is get in with 10 of them, 15 of them each quarter, and keep doing it. So that's the mindset that I have. So I'm like, all right, shit don't go on no more, or I'm just tired of it. Let me just get involved in that behind the scenes, and I could just make content telling people how to do content. And so, hey, here's my receipts. I grew 100,000 on each of these platforms. Okay, which is difficult to do. To have 100,000 people on all the platforms is hard to do. Okay. He says faceless accounts suppressed by YouTube. Yep, but that's YouTube. All right. So not everybody is YouTube. There's other places where you can do it. All right. But again, there's so many things that people have to understand about social media. This is why I can't discuss it here. And we discuss it over on the Money Mindset. There's so many lanes and avenues related to social media. People just thinking about jumping up in front of the camera and oh, you got to make courses and shit like that. You don't have to do it. You don't. But people want to be famous. They want to be infamous, like the Notorious one. They want to be famous. And the fame is driving them. But what I'm going to tell you is you can be famous on social media and still broke as a joke. You can be famous and people know you, and you can have 900,000 subscribers, but your channel is dying. All right, dying. And you can see the death, because then they don't have anything to leverage, right? They don't have any books, courses, and then you start them trying to recreate the wheel and shit. All right, I'm going to create the free bro lifestyle. Okay, but look, you can be known, but there's people that get millions of views and ain't making that much money. Right? They ain't making that much money. They struggling, right? They coughing up fumes. And once your channel, once the algorithm hits you, because the algorithm is going to hit you over the head. That's the one thing you can't predict, is that what that algorithm is going to do. Once that algorithm start pivoting, nigga, you're going to get smacked over the head. Cook. Now them views ain't coming in, and you wait for that assets check to come in, and it's what? It's like a third lighter. It's a third lighter than it was, and you're not providing any substance. Or TikTok stopped paying, or they stopped paying for Instagram Reels, or they demonetize your channel, or they shadow ban your shit. Then you get desperate. Then you get desperate. Now you got to put out video after video about the same content creator over and over again to try to get their audience to show up, or at least you hating on their audience and you want his audience to decline. I mean, people get desperate. Yeah, shout out to our brother William W. says, told you can't trust Lings. They put on a good poker face. Oh, yes, they do. Woo-wee. Them Lings, man, I've been knowing Lings well before I went over to the Ling land, the land of the Lings. And dude, Lings are some black widows. They play the long game. They'll smile in your face, but they will tear you up. Some Lings are, I would say, some Lings probably should, they're probably on the spectrum, all right, on some mental health or shit like that. You got to understand the pressure on the Ling, right? The pressure on the Ling is tremendous. But they will turn on you like a vicious pit viper. And because they tend to isolate themselves, let's go into the psychology of the Ling really quickly here. The psychology of the Ling. And I've been around Lings all my life. You know what I mean? Shout out to the Lings. And all Lings are different. They are all not all the same. You have to understand that. But so we talk about this.
What kind of fuck you give me?
A lot of them are socially awkward. They're not really outward. All right. Their culture doesn't like really support outward Lings, you know, like Lings that are public and what do you call them? They're rarely ever extroverts. They're a lot introverted. They're like kittens. They're like cats. Like they don't just hang out outside on the corner. Most of the time they're hanging out in isolation. They're hanging out mainly with their family. And if they have an alter ego, they're not able to express their alter ego very well because, well, they still have a culture that, well, they can lose leverage amongst their people. So they still have to be desirable amongst their family and friends and grandma and grandpa. Their parents tend to live older. Their family members tend to incorporate their businesses around family. So they can't really just be like, I'm going to be over here just doing this business. They have to do doctor, lawyer, or they have to do some family business, working in the Chinese store, working in the Chinese restaurant, the donut shop, the cleaners. So they can't really just be independent and isolated away from their family. They still need to be there to support their family. If you go over to Isan or other places like this in Thailand and the Philippines, they are like the men can leave their family. The women can't leave their family. All right. So a man in the Philippines can just be like, I'm up and leaving. And he can move to Vietnam and go to work. Whereas a woman can't do that. A woman can't just be like, I'm leaving my family and I'm going to just go make my own money. They can't really do that and just ostracize and leave their family. So they're seen as somewhat needing there to support their family for a longer period of time, where the men, they don't have that same thing. So they have that pressure on them for the most part. Then they have a pressure of they can't date gangbangers and pookies and Ray Rays and Chads. They have to sexually select a mate to put them in a better position. So as they're investing, their parents own the cleaners and a donut shop. They're not going to have a daughter and send them to private school and pay for their college through their donut store. And then she marry Ray Ray and get knocked up and pregnant. If she does that, she completely fucking isolated. She gone. She can't show up with braids and colorful wigs and tattoos on her neck. She gone, bro. She out of there, man. She out of there. So she can't just ride the cock carousel for as long as she wants. She can't do that. So she can't really just pick who she want to fuck and so forth and so on. If she's over there in Southeast Asia, well, the parents know that they're going to live off of the daughter because the daughter is the primary earner. The daughter has the most value through marriage and selling of sex. So in order for a woman in Thailand, a family in Thailand to survive, it's oftentimes is going to be through their late teens, early 20-year-old daughter dating foreigners or dating men or marrying out of it. That's a tremendous pressure. That's a tremendous pressure for an 18, 19, 20, 21-year-old young woman. Is that the family needs, like the buffaloes and the chicken, that the family needs money from that woman dating and marrying. Okay, who she dates and marries, who she sells pussy to, is going to support the family. Okay, so this is a tremendous pressure, and you will find that a lot of lings want to rebel, but they can't. So they'll deal with a lot of pressure from their family, and they'll isolate themselves even from their family and isolate themselves from society. Therefore, their personality doesn't develop all the way. So they're hard to read, right? Their culture, they have the poker face. They're hard to read. Some of their cultures are very, very strict on showing emotion and crying, so they can't do that. So they develop manipulation skills. And these manipulation skills makes it hard for you to trust them. So they use these manipulation skills on their parents, their older brothers, their uncles, and all of that. They have a personality none of them know about. Right? None of them know about. So what tends to happen is, and this is very generic, what tends to happen is they develop an alter ego or develop a personality that in order for them to secure a mate. All right, by any means. So they have to play a long game. They have to play a long game. And that long game is what gets you, because they'll be submissive, they'll cook, they'll clean, they'll do that. And typically they're smaller, so they're not going to punch you in the nose. Okay, they're not going to fight you. They can't punch you in the nose. They can barely kick you in the ball unless they're that one Asian woman that can kick like Chun-Li. So they can't physically do anything against most men. Like 80-90% of men are stronger than them, and they can't outlast them in a fight. You can put them in the crippler crossface, so they know a fight physically doesn't help. They're small human beings and shit. So that's not going to help. All right. Then the other part of it is the manipulation, the crying or being neotenous or young or playing the victim or the lack of communication is going to help them. Okay. They're not going to just communicate with you and have open communication and dialogue. They'll just shut down and cry and right. They'll do that. You probably don't talk to them very much anyway. Okay. So when you're dealing with a woman that is from that area, even if you're, you see them hanging out, they sitting down they don't have furniture and shit. They be sitting down cross-legged on the floor, eating on a small kid's table, noodles and people gonna be like, Coach, man, you a trip. All right. They ain't got furniture. They just be sitting down cross-legged, sipping soup and shit. So there's really not a lot of conversation to begin with. Then if you're a foreigner dating one, there's not many things you can relate to and talk to. You're just going to be like, well, you're sitting here, you're little and small. Let's fuck. You know what I mean? And she'd be like, well, okay. I mean, it ain't like I could stop you from fucking me. So,
okay, daddy.
Here, get over here. Plop her up there. All right. And she's not going to be like, no, stop. She's just going to be like, all right, let me endure. Let me just get through this shit. All right. Go back to my soup. Go back to my pho. Go back to my noodles. So eventually she gonna be like, at some point she'll be tired of the bullshit. And she'll be like, where can I go? Can't go to my parents because why divorce the rich white dentist that pays for my family and my whole life? Because her family's going to move in with the rich white dentist that she married that abuses her and just takes the punani. All right, but there's not much she can do to go to her parents and say, I'm divorcing the rich white dentist that I married and the black influencer nigga, the millionaire nigga with the Porsche. Parents going to be like, you better get your ass in there and fuck your husband. So she can't go there. She can't go to her Chinese church and tell her that the guy's abused. She can't go there, man, and say she going to just hit the streets and get ran through by Pookies and Ray Rays. Because, in their culture, many of especially the Chinese, you hit 25, it's a wrap. 25 in Japan, you still single? Woo. It ain't like America. It's getting there, but it ain't like America where they can just ride it out and be 38 and just be like, I'm independent, traveling on my own dime. Parents going to be like, what? What in the world? You best to get married. So they got that pressure on them too. So they can't just be like, I'm divorcing and I'm going to go get back out there and find me another white dentist. You can't. So the only thing they can do is break character and hit you with the killer con, where they're going to be like, do you like soup? Do you like apples? Do you like oranges and grapes and all kind of shit like this and coffee and all of that? And they go in and get the antifreeze. Now they going to get the bleach and they going to be like, well, based on my education at Cal Berkeley, I can't hit them with a knockout potion of bleach. I got it because, you knock his ass out with some bleach or some rat poison or some antifreeze and you just knock out, right? You know what I mean? They be like, nah, I can't hit him with that because, I'm going to go to jail. They're smart. They've been sitting up there watching Forensic Files, sitting up there eating soup and shit. So they like, nah, they going to test his hair. They going to test his blood. He going to have a knockout poison. So I got to poison this nigga over 86 days. 86 days, day by day, fixing your coffee, looking at your ass, looking at you, asking you. She asking you this.
What kind of fuck you give me?
86 days of one drip of coffee. Yeah, just slowly lacing your ass. Just be like, right? Just sitting back like, watching you drink the coffee, like enjoying it. Have a nice day, ass nigga, going home like, yeah. In 87 days, I'll be free of this possible. I'll be free. And somebody's like, man, you making this up. Okay, let me see here. Coach, you making this up. Watch this right quick. Coach, you making this up. We got a woman right here. Arizona woman charged with trying to kill husband by poisoning coffee. Come on, man. Had her on videotape. Had her on videotape for months. Right there. Court documents say he began noticing a foul taste in his coffee back in March while he and Melody were stationed in Germany. He says right here, the statement of probable cause says the Johnsons were living together with the child, but were going through a divorce. Right here. She used pool testing strips to discover his coffee pot show high levels of chlorine. He allegedly used a hidden camera to discover her pouring an unknown substance in the coffee maker. How long did this go on for? Several weeks. Okay. Just been going on and on. She was like, I'm going to get his ass at some particular point.
What kind of fuck you give me?
I'm going to get him. He going to drop dead one of these days. Okay. Now, that's just one. Here we go right here. Here's another one right here. Here's another one. People think I'm tripping. Damn, here it is right here. Here's another one. There's another one right here. Attorney for OC doctor accused of poisoning husband claims he just had acid reflux. Right there. Where's she at?
What kind of fuck you give me?
There's another one. Right there. OC judge dismisses indictment against doctor accused of poisoning her husband with Drano. Her name is Emily Yu.
What kind of fuck you give me?
Okay. Somebody gonna say I'm lying. Let's see if we can find another one just on happenstance right here. The first woman was Filipino, just so you guys know. The next one was not. Here's another one right here. Judge sentenced woman to 10 years in poisoning case. Filipina. Okay, this is in Houston. A jury has sentenced a Houston cancer researcher to 10 years in prison after she was convicted of poisoning her colleagues, who was also her lover, by lacing in his coffee with a chemical found in antifreeze. The doctor, Ana Marie Gonzalez Anguilla. All right, I'm going to say Filipina, see Mexican. Could be a Mexican, but I'm going to go see Mexican on this one. Okay. And by the way, poison has always been the method of murder for women forever. All right. We have another one right here. Her name is Jessica Wango. She's the smiling coffee killer. Look. Hold up. Y'all thought CGA was making this shit up. The smiling coffee killer. Let me see if this is yep, it's a Ling. It's a Ling.
What kind of fuck you give me?
Ooh, CGA, you just reaching. CGA, you just reaching. You making this up. CGA, this is not true. CGA, who hurt you?
What kind of fuck you give me?
This is just in seconds, bruh. In seconds, I'm able to bring this shit up in the evidence. Look, there she is up in there, smiling, poisoning coffee. The smiling coffee killer. And there it is. That look like Hong Kong right there. Where's she at? Right there. Okay, hold on for a second. Let's do this, because dudes be thinking I'll be making this shit up. Man, come on, man. It can't be that. See if we can find another one. Okay, that was Jessica again. Okay, is that the same one? Yeah, that's the same woman right there. Wife admits to poisoning coffee of airman husband. You didn't even let me finish cooking, y'all, because I was still cooking and telling y'all what to look out for. See right here. Here we go. Here's another one right here. Let's see if this is a woman. Yep, here we go with another one right here. We go with another one. Life in prison for New Jersey chemist who poisoned and killed husband.
What kind of fuck you give me?
A Chinese-born chemist who worked for a decade for Bristol Myers Squibb was sentenced to life in prison in New Jersey Monday after being convicted of poisoning her husband rather than letting him divorce her. Woo! Woo! I'll do one more for you. I'll find one more. We got another one. Japanese woman arrested for poisoning husband with cyanide. Woo!
What kind of fuck you give me?
Police in Japan have raided the homes of a 67-year-old Japanese woman arrested on suspicion of poisoning her husband, as detailed of 6 former partners' death emerged in local media. An autopsy of her 75-year-old husband, who died December 2013, weeks after their wedding, have found traces of cyanide in the blood. They think she might have poisoned 6 other men. Let me see here. Coach, man, you just making this up. This. Yep. Okay. So 7 dead partners. All right. 67-year-old kills 7 other men by poison. If we want to go with Pakistan, because that's Asia too. Here we go. Pakistani bride charged with poisoning husband's milk, inadvertently killing who? 17 other people. 21-year-old Pakistani woman unhappy in her new arranged marriage, charged with murdering after poisoning her husband's milk that some 24 other members of his extended family later drank, resulting in 17 deaths. Hit the Undertaker bell. But I'm making it up, right? I'm out here. So just for YouTube purposes, before people jump out here and say I'm saying some racist shit, here's another one. Vietnamese woman begs for mercy in the court after poisoning husband, family members following dispute over money.
You can't win.
A 39-year-old Vietnamese woman is begging for leniency after being sentenced to death for poisoning 4 family members and committing murder. Her name is Nguyen Thi Hong Bish. Was given a death sentence on November 27th after being found guilty of murder, illegal possession of transportation, and the use of toxic substance. She admitted to all 3 murders and appealed remorseful. The murders were described as calculated, reflecting her utter disregard for law or no potential for rehabilitation. According to the indictment, she killed her husband January 2023 after she racked up debt the year before. She purchased cyanide, intended to kill herself, but decided to use it on family members instead of after dispute arose. She put cyanide in the capsules, gave it to her husband along with other medication. He was hospitalized after ingesting the pill. After experiencing numbness in the limbs and high blood pressure, he died 10 months later. Give me my flowers. Give me my flowers, nigga. Stop doubting CGA. He died 10 months later. What did I tell you? I said 87 days. Oh my goodness. Y'all gotta listen to me. I'm the only one with experience out here, man. Give me my flowers. Victory lap. Y'all didn't even finish letting me cook. cold world. How much more receipts? I'm Mr. Receipts out here, bruh. I'm undefeated in this shit. Stop doubting me, bruh. It's just so bad out here, man. Come on, man. Watch out for them lings, man. Where my lings at? Okay. Where my lings at?
What kind of fuck you give me?
Man, lings are for short term, bruh. She said he was giving them medication. One thing that women will do, and you got to watch this, is that they'll start giving you your vitamins and they'll be like, I'm trying to help you and keep you going. And they'll just, here, let me get your vitamins, and they'll give it. And then if they've already set up a pattern of feeding you. They've already set up a pattern of trust. So they'll give you your food, they'll give you your coffee, they'll give you your breakfast, they'll give you, not all women, but this is a thing that they will do. We saw the one woman kill 6 of her spouses, okay? And she was in her 60s. But they will get the pattern of trust of here's your vitamins, here's your multivitamin, and they'll show you here's this is your black seed, this is your multivitamin, and they'll get a pattern of giving it to you to the point where you will be like, she wouldn't poison me. She's been doing this for years, decades. She's been feeding me for decades. She's been giving me coffee forever. And then as soon as she's ready, if you piss her off or she gets into debt or she cheats on you or she's ready for, then she says, I can just slip in a little cyanide and he won't notice. I could just drop a couple of bleaches in the coffee. He won't notice. This is a ling tactic.
What kind of fuck you give me?
Yep, here's a new tea. Here's a new coffee. Try this. Oh, it tastes funny. Oh, that's because we got different beans. And then 10 months later, you sitting over there choking. Man. I'm trying to help y'all brothers, man. But it's hard to help dudes because they like, this isn't happening to me yet. Don't piss off your lean girlfriend. Don't piss her off, or don't have her cheat on you, or she just want to leave and you're not leaving me. You're never going nowhere. I own you. She gonna be like, I have no other choice. Poison this nigga. Now, don't let me start pulling up the Latinas and knives. Now, if I have to look up, because now y'all out and got the show right here. Look. Do not let me start pulling up Latinas and how many of these women stab your ass or cut your dick off. Okay. Because now we have a whole show. Now we got a whole different show. Latina stabs man. All right. What the fuck? I'm going to have 11 articles. All right. Anyway, shout out to QD Exec says that part that these aspiring influencers don't get is you have to be able to speak and capture an audience. There has to be something about you that people gravitate towards. He says these mush mouth niggies don't have a chance from struggle raps to struggle streaming. Fuck your uncle. 100%. And capturing an audience, it's easy to get views, especially in today's world. This is the easiest time for you to get views. But consistent views is the problem. Okay, so one of your videos are going to go viral. What are you going to do with that when that video goes viral? Do you know what to do? Are you willing to do it? Okay, are you willing to do it? Because people are just going to say, now you're out here trying to grift. But you have to. You captured eyeballs. You have to be able to monetize that. If you don't and say, well, I'm going to just keep making videos and having likes. Well, once them likes start going away, once them views start going away, or people just say, well, you were interesting in one video, but the rest of you was not interesting. You got nothing to show for it. And shout out to Ken Rose with the thumbs up. Appreciate that. All right, but you have to have this, man, or else you're going to get cooked out here. Everybody can get 35,000 views one time. Everybody. But most people don't capitalize on it. Like, you're never thinking about capitalizing on it. If you build an audience or you get views, capitalize on it. But this is just too much. Join the money mindset. We talk about it. You're an idiot you got people watching you and you ain't capitalizing on it. You're an idiot. And don't shoot nobody else down for them capitalizing on it. I'll never get mad at OnlyFans girls. Go get it. All right. Anyway, it's an evil world we live in for this show, matriculating the ball downfield. It's an evil world we live in. Let's check in on Barack Hussein Obama and his wife, Michelle Obama. You guys know that there was a USC event recently this past weekend at the White House, Donald Trump's White House, and there was a UFC fighter that said that Michelle Obama was a man. Now, there have been other people that have died for saying such things. C. Joan Rivers. All right, but Michelle Obama is claiming otherwise, that she is not a man. But this has not been a hidden secret. A lot of people have been thinking that she was the first transgender first lady. All right. And that's based on the policies Barack Obama has pushed forward, and the fact that there was a guy that died on a boogie board by his house. You know, people have insinuated that even Barack might be the first gay president. All right. But he's not open. Neither is she open about being a transgender. So we're just going to assume they're regular genders. We can't assume gender. All right. So we're just going to assume that, yes, they're both heterosexual and they're both born biologically how they represent. All right, that's all we got to do here. There's nothing here new under the sun. All right, so this is Barack Obama in a recent interview with Good Morning America, and they're talking to the openly gay woman who goes by the name of this woman right here, Robin Roberts. She's an openly gay woman. All right, I've seen her in public too. I've seen her at a basketball tournament. She's a big woman too. All right, so let's continue here.
One word to describe your next chapter. One word.
Fun.
Me.
That's what you call drop the mic. You know what? You seem to be grading her higher on her answer.
One word to describe your next.
All right, man, hold up. One word to describe your. This doesn't help the Obama legacy. Shout out to the Barack Obamas. Maybe if that Sasha Obama, Sasha, come talk to your boy. All right, I got something for you. All right, but anyway, other than that, all right. Barack Obama here says, how do you sum up the what?
Next chapter.
How do you sum up the next chapter of your life? Oh, no, you guys know that Michelle Obama has distanced herself from Barack in many ways. Barack tried to threaten niggas with Michelle Obama coming up and beating us up for voting for Donald Trump and not Kamala Harris. Remember that whole kerfuffle? All right. That was actually a disaster. But damn, how do you sum up the next chapter?
One word.
Fun.
Fun. All right. That sounds like the junior college to me. Or maybe that, I don't know. Maybe the Gaslight District. All right. Maybe the last street on Orange Avenue in Orlando. Fun?
Me.
Me. Oh my goodness. Me? Is that it? I guess it's her time. Remember, she's been saying Barack Obama, she did not like him for 10 years of the marriage because even while he was the president, he wasn't doing equal amount of works around the house. He wasn't helping raising with the kids. Okay, man, I mean, look, she's like, it's my time now. Maybe she's going to run for president. But she's already said that she really ain't feeling Barack. She wasn't feeling him going to the funeral of George H.W. Bush and whoever else would died around that time. I can't remember. All right. She didn't show up for the inauguration of the president. She's selfish, bro. Me? How old is that woman? I think that's a disgrace to the first office. How about cold approach, guys? Who likes the cold approach women? Press 1 in the chat if you love the strategy of cold approaching. You're just going to walk up to women and you're going to deal with all kind of friction and tension and objections, and you're going to, $250 could solve the problem, but you're just going to be like, I want a genuine burning desire. Okay. So are you a cold approach fan? Well, we're going to show you 2 videos of 2 young men that have tried the cold approach and what men deal with in cold approaching. But more importantly, because of this topic, what women deal with cold approaching. So this is a guy approaching a group of women. Cold approachers like to approach a group of women and overcome objections with the group of women. So we got, we're going to say he's a Puerto Rican approaching this little Latina gordita, little torta, and she's got strag friends. So before we play the clip, we're going to show you right here. This is the little torta. We don't know if this is a real video. That's Puerto Rican Radames. He's in good shape, got a gold chain. All right, Enrique Suave. And there's this woman and her 3 strag friends. You can see their straggle daggles. Colorful wigs. This one's tightly packed. All right, I like what I see. All right, but this one over here, a little straggle daggle, looking a little masculine in the side, and a redhead, red wig straggle. All right, so let's see what happens and break this down. Apparently, he's approaching the torta. Black women that are in groups with non-black women always experience men giving more attention to the non-black woman. Am I correct in this, ladies? Speak up. Have you ever been hanging out with a busted white girl? You know, a sharkeisha, a mud sharkeisha, and she just a fat chunky white girl, but she out there with a bunch of black women, but all the niggies going after the mud sharkeisha, right? You ever see that happen, black women? You know this happens. You know I ain't making it up. You got a Mexican in your group, and then y'all all black of the berry, the sweet of the juice, dark skin, nappy headed. And then the fat torta Mexican getting all the attention, all right? All the strings they get. Right? And because men generally are going to go, well, we know what the sharkeisha going to do. What is mud sharkeisha going to do? And typically the mud sharkeisha is the easiest in the group. She the easiest lay. She got an addiction to niggas. Like, she got baby daddy, nigga baby daddy. She got a higher body count than all of these strags. But she seems to be the nicest. She's the most smiley. She's the most receptive to the introduction and the game and the cold approach. But Mud Sharkeisha doesn't realize that her strag Sharkeisha friends are jealous of her. Now, she might be the one to pay for the brunches and get over on it, and she end up paying for most of the hotels on the girls' trips, right? But they really hate the fact that there's 3 black women and the ugliest non-black woman getting all the attention. All right, it happens. But let's play this video. Let me see. Do we need the volume? Yeah. There's music, so I'm gonna have to translate this. So Enrique, look at this. Enrique, I'll play a little bit of it and I'll come back just so you can see. All right. So you see what's going on here. All right. So, oh my goodness, man, these are some bitter biatches. Oh my goodness. So, wow, look at these. How can I describe this? This is terrible. Okay. So obviously, and even this woman, again, real hair, but she got the Eddie Monster shit going on. Her face is slanted. I mean, she's not the even most attractive woman of the group. She definitely is the most weakest and the one they get over and they use and abuse, but they're trying to protect her. Why are they cock blocking? The better looking one in this group is this one right here, but she looked like a strag sexy red. Like, this crazy, bro. Now this woman looked like a daddy in a wig. This is crazy. She could be good looking, but damn, she too mean in the face that bit. All right. So what you're seeing is Enrique hitting on the Eddie Munster girl. All right. The torta. He's offering her cotton candy, and the other women are saying, don't give her none. Look at this woman. Don't give her no cotton candy. Here other girls coming to hate. Here, I'm going to feed you. And look, nah. Don't take take that away. And she threw it to the side. Oh my gosh. Like, this is some pure hate. And here come the redhead one looking like a zoo exhibit animal. All right. Dropping the cotton candy on the floor. Nah, she don't need that. Here, you take it. Nope. She don't need it. But if you look at the video, Eddie Munster ready to go. Eddie Munster's little peace sleeve is. She's soft and wet. She's soft and wet. She ready to be sopped up with a biscuit. A 2-piece in the biscuit, too. All right, shout out to Eddie Munster. Okay. But here we go right here. Look at this one here. Nah. And what is the other one doing in the background? She looks zooted. So no bottles of water. I can understand that. There's the top is on the water. And look, she ready to go. This is a good approach. But they like, nah, don't do that. Don't drink that. Don't drink the water either. Oh my goodness, man. She can't have shit. These chicken heads. And then they hit her with the okie doke. They said, look over there, and them dumb buzzers looked over there, too. All right, you can't hear it because there's music in the background. He told them to look over there, and they all looked. All right, this isn't the brightest girls in the group here. And then he hit her with a gift right there. And let's see what happens with the Strags. I'll take that gift. She don't want that here. Oh, man. Oh, and kicked it. Oh, man. This is terrible, guys. This is terrible. Like, this is why dudes don't approach. And then in groups, and, we don't know if this is a skit or prepared. I'm pretty sure it is what it is at the farmer's market of a fair. But we've had this stuff happen for a long time. Like, these things happen to us where it's the fridge that protects the snacks. It's the ugly women that are the ones to say, she got a man. Like, that is straight up hate on a massive level here. I wish I could play the audio because they definitely was out here hating. And I don't think you could duplicate this much more. But we press 1 in the chat if you've experienced this type of hate. You know what I mean? We've experienced this type of hate for a long time where it's the ugly, least desirable women that come out here be the loudest. Okay. This one in the blue wig actually got potential, but she too much of a, I can't say it on YouTube. Okay. I can't say it on YouTube. Absolutely atrocious. Why don't men approach? All right. We got another video here, and it says POV that talking to females in 2026. Now, you already know talking to females in 2026, the women are going to have an exception to this one here, but let me go ahead and rewind it and refresh it just so you can see what we're looking at. We're looking at 2 young women here. You can see them there, 2 young women. People are going to say they're children or whatnot, but I think they're college age women, although they look very young. All right. I get older and they still stay the same age. And these 2 women are going to be getting hit on by Mr. Riz Glass guy. Now, I don't think Riz guys that wear glasses can play the victim. But in this situation, let's play the video in its entirety, then break it down. 2 women are getting rizzed. Another white woman comes in to Captain Save-A-Ho for these 2 women. Then another woman comes in and she has a surprise related to that. So let's play the video.
Boyfriend or something?
Okay, that's enough. No, that's enough. You need to leave the beat.
What do you mean?
What are you doing?
I'm just asking for a number.
No, if she's not giving it to you. If she's giving it to you.
Was I talking to you?
I don't care. You need to leave
Hey, you know, you need my own business.
I don't care.
You need my own
I
business.
don't care.
You need my own business. See if I can win some money on Tag Drive. Let's go.
Go.
I wasn't talking to you. Get out my face.
You need to leave the beat.
Nah, I wasn't talking to you.
What are you doing?
I wasn't talking to you.
Okay.
Why? You want my number or something?
Yeah, we can take it outside.
Oh, you want my number?
No, we can take it outside.
What?
All right. So, people are going to say that the girls that he was hitting on were children. I don't think so. They did look young. All right. But we don't even know the age of the male in this situation. And I would just assume that the age of the male, he probably looked older for his age or whatnot. But here's this woman here dressed very scantily clad, looking like someone from Spokane, Washington. Crystal Metheny has something to say. Now, if she thought it was the fact that the girls were young, he would have said that. But she didn't mention that, so I'm assuming it's not about the age. But let's continue.
What you mean? What you mean take it outside? Where's your pants?
Where's yours?
Okay, so she does look young herself. All right. She's dressed young. She doesn't look over 28. She's with a young lady that might be her daughter who looks young as well. But yeah, she going crazy with these bangs here. There's the other girl right there dressed like, Wednesday Addams as well.
Clearly not here. Where's your dad?
What do you mean? I don't have one.
Yeah, that's what I'm fucking saying. I know that.
All right, so she out there with the attitude. I know you ain't got no daddy. Oh, man, she hit them over the head. And wow, that is some low-rise jeans. That's right at the pubic area right there. That's some low-rise pants. That is some pubes right there. Pubes are... Okay, so let's continue.
You better leave her be.
What the fuck you mean? You know that.
Hey, y'all better dead.
No wonder white boys don't approach girls anymore. Jeez, in my generation, we're nice.
I'm saying, right?
No, I'm saying you're right.
Interesting. Okay, so take a look at what happened now. So big old Bertha, She comes in. She said, no wonder why men don't approach women no more. Shout out to her. Now, originally, Wednesday Addams thought that she was defending the girls. But this woman comes in and said, hey, you're not wrong. She butting into your business, cock blocking, plot twist. So shout out to her for jumping in there and going, see, this dude's just trying to have a conversation with the girls. And here come the haters. Here comes the fridge. Here comes the women that ain't getting attention. See the main event coming in here hating. Let's hear what she had to say about this. Interesting.
Defending them.
I'm saying. She said outright.
Oh, she's defending them?
Yeah.
What?
I was approaching her. I was talking to her.
This is the fourth.
It's okay. Relax. He's not bothering nobody. He's kidding with them. Relax.
He said he's not bothering nobody. Relax. Move on. See, this is what men have to deal with. We don't have real women out here. She came in and was like, you causing a scene that don't need to be a scene. Well, these women need to speak up. If they're not interested, let them speak up. Let's go back to the previous video. The little Eddie Monster Torta, she seemed to be fine with it. It was the other women who weren't getting attention. This is in the dark psychology of women. It talks about this, okay? It talks about this female intersexual competition where women look like they're defending women, but in reality, they're competing with women. They're competing. This is female, and this is where the people talk about this in the nature here, right? Female intersexual competition is happening right here. I'm looking like I'm defending the girlies, but what I'm doing is I'm actually mad that the guy's not talking about me. Where this woman, the Big Bertha woman, ain't competing. She's just saying this bitch is hating. So now in the comment section, they're saying the girls look young. No, all the people look young. But how old is the guy? How old is the guy in the video? Number one, how old is the male in the video? You don't know. So how do you know that that guy's not the same age as the girls? You don't know that. Number one. Number two, what you don't know is nobody in that entire video made it about the age of the girls. The older women didn't. The woman, the Karen, Crystal Metheny, never said anything about age. Neither did the girls themselves. So we don't know. We don't know. They look young, but they could have been of age. They could be college students. Nobody, if it was about age, they would have brought that up immediately. They would have said, hey, these girls are minors. Never said it. The woman, Karen, Bertha, would have said, yeah, I know you're hitting on her, but these girls look young. Go ahead and step back. Nobody said it. So that just means that that's not a problem. That's your problem. You don't know. So let's continue. Because if that was a problem, they would have mentioned it. Let's continue.
Yeah.
It's okay.
It's all right, man. Thank you.
She's going to come over and can't save her home.
I know, right? It's so crazy.
The girls wouldn't want to get slapped.
All right, so Bertha called Karen Captain Save-A-Ho. Shout out to all right. Captain Save-A-Ho. And we have a lot of Captain Save-A-Hos, even in the comment section. A lot of Captain Save-A-Hos. Okay. So a lot of people do their best, even though they try to act like women are independent. Soon as this issue comes up, women competing try to cock block. We saw that in the first video. The second video had a little bit of that in there. Then the third woman that came up in the second video, the second woman thought, oh, yeah, she's defending us too. We have more women on our side. And the reality is that woman's old enough to know, nah, these women just hating. They just hating. Shout out to her right there on that one, Inside of the Minor Model Woman. That was a good breakdown. But, younger men that don't have leverage typically have to deal with the fact that this is the way they have to get busy out here. This is the way they have to introduce themselves. This is how they get sex. This is how they get girlfriends, relationships. And I'm sad to say that the days are gone where this is the way that people do it, because we have a lot of bad actors out here. I talked about that yesterday. There's in the video, the main event, where I'm saying people want to bring back dating, but the dating rules have too many bad actors. Okay. In that case, the bad actors in dating, where people say, we want men to approach, we want men to be genuine. But guess what? The bad actors are showing up far too often. Okay. Bad actors. So they want dating to work. But then when dating starts happening in front of them, guess what? Here's the bad actors. Too many bad actors in dating for dating to work. You just have too many people out here with their own issues, their own psychological issues, and they're putting them onto other people that would normally just connect normally. Same things happens when you have a girlfriend. Like if I had a girlfriend and I put her on the internet, see Donovan Sharp. What happens is the bad actors come in there and they find every reason why they shouldn't be together, why he shouldn't have chose her, why she shouldn't have chose him. Bad actors, they have a relationship. It should be none of our business. You see what I'm saying? Like, not only do we have to deal with our relationship and our spouse and our wife and our partner or whatever you want to call it one-on-one, soon as we get on the internet, now we got to deal with everybody else's bullshit and how they see it. Bad actors. Now I got to fight for my spouse and my wife for everybody else and how they see it, the men and the women. Too many bad actors, right? And this is why people are struggling with dating. Let me see here. We're at the main event. So I'm going to refresh the screen for the super chats and see if anybody else is further committed to today's show. I appreciate y'all for being here. We got 1,600 plus in today's stream concurrent, and that's enough to make you a millionaire, my nigga. All right. Enough to make you a millionaire. All right. If you know how to monetize that. But we do have some people that want to speak up. So we want to acknowledge them before the main event. So we got our brother here. It is no government name. He says, I think that most people are really coerced into marriage. Marriage lasts because most people cannot afford divorce. How can one tell if someone is happily married? Number one, no one is happily married. Now, there are people that are satisfied with their marriage. There are people that go through periods of happiness. So happily married is difficult to measure. Is somebody happy with their spouse at all times? The answer is no. That's impossible. That's impossible metric. But can they be honest? Yes, I can be honest. You can be honest and say there's a lot of things I don't like about my wife, but I'm still committed to her. Now, a lot of people wouldn't like that answer. What? You don't like stuff about your wife? How dare you? Okay. But that's the most honest answer.
How dare you?
Okay. That's the most honest answer. There's nobody that's 100% complete. All right. There's stuff about a husband that doesn't like about his wife. Is that happily married? Okay. There's stuff that people put up with. They accept, they settle for, they overlook for now. That's the most honest answer. But if you look at the data, you will say that 40%, 50% of people get divorced. But there's a lot of people that threaten to get divorced and they don't. They file for divorce and they never go through with it. They are in marriage counseling. Are these happily married people? They can't afford a divorce, so they just stick together. They stay together for the kids. They have religious restrictions that prevent them from getting divorced. Are these happily married people? So my presentation have said there's only really 10% of people that have successful, happy marriages up until now. But 1 million plus people get divorced every year. Somewhere around 800,000 to 1 million. And then the next year, another 800,000 to 1 million. Well, were they happy the previous year? Yes. The next year, not. So it's difficult to measure that, to figure out. And it's difficult to trust people because typically, if people are married at the time, they're least likely to go public with their issues in their marriage. However, when they get divorced, they're all too open. They're all too happy to tell what went wrong in their marriage. But the year before, they were mum's the word. They weren't saying anything. Nothing's wrong. And I love her and I'm happily married. The next year, they're at court and they're going to tell you she's been putting up with shit for 5 years. What? Snoring, affairs, abuse, financial abuse, control, coercion. He's been putting up with sexist marriage. She's overweight. She got belly button lint in her belly button. She don't fuck. She don't suck no more. You see what I'm saying? So who's happily married? We can't tell because people lie. People lie by omission. Okay, they don't tell us. If people were honest and told us, oh, I've been in marriage counseling for 12 years. Well, really? God damn, nigga. Your marriage must be off the rails. They don't tell you. They don't tell you until they're in the divorce court. Now they on the internet saying they were in marriage counseling for 12 years. So it's hard to really say. I can't really say. I'm just going to say 10%. 10%. And if you've been married under 5 years, just sit down and shut the fuck up. For real. Like, you don't have nothing to say about what marriage is. I do commend you for getting married and staying married for 5 years. That's nothing to, but do not come up here preaching and telling us what to do. All right, the way I make my marriage work, shut up. Nobody hearing that shit. Wait till you get to year 7, the 7-year itch. Wait till you get to year 8, 10, 12, 15, and 20. Now I want to know. But I got some advice for you. Anybody want some advice? I got some advice on how to stay married. All right. And if you want to ever get married, I got some great advice for you. Press 1 in the chat if you want to know, or I can move on. The main event's right around the corner. It's Friday. We got time. My massage therapist is going to be here in less than 2 hours. I got a little bit of time. Okay. All right, but I can tell you, I got a great piece of advice. I got a great piece of advice, and it will never work in today's world, but this advice is fantastic. All right, and I've heard this advice over on a woman gave this advice. There's a comedian. I want to say his name, but I've reviewed them, and he's been up here simping before, but he's a comedian. He's a white guy, and his mama said this. If somebody knows the comedian name, he's married, he's a comedian. Fresh and Fit was on their show one time. I never remember these people's name, but I do want to give them credit for this clip, because this clip explains how to make a marriage work. This is gold information. All right, I should sell this information, but I can't sell it because it ain't mine. Okay, not Andrew Schultz. He's a fat guy. He's an old fat guy, and he got a white wife, and she was a skeezer back in the day. They're both comedians. It's the husband and wife comedian team. They got a podcast. It's not Bill Burr. It's not Andrew Schultz. It's not that guy. And they were on this. Fresh and Fit went on their show like in 2022, and they got roasted over there. All right, I can't remember their name. Shout out to Caitlin, says you can have love in a marriage. You just have to do it in a different way. The lust and the honeymoon phase will end. He says you have to love consistently. It's mostly respect. It says, but that's boring for women. He says, when women break up with an admitted good guy, how can they ever love a man? That's the truth. Shout out to you. Tom Segura is the name. Thank you. I knew you guys would know. Tom Segura. How do you spell that? And wife. Let me see here. Mom talking about marriage. But yeah, what Caitlin is talking about was when women get bored, shit goes crazy. Okay. The best thing, the thing that you do about, let me see here. Oh, here we go. I found the clip. The thing that you have to do with the husband and wife in order to make a marriage survive is to keep busy. Okay. Just stay busy. Stay busy. Soon as you have boredom, it's over. It's a wrap. So we're going to go to Tom Segura's wife. Sorry. All right. Tom Segura's mom. Okay. About how she made her marriage last. Okay. And this is a key secret. This is a guy at Red Pill Dating, or I don't know if that's him. He's talking about the clip, but let's play it.
10-year-old and they'll love you for it. So when you're on a date, don't, for example, talk about politics, economics, all those complicated things. Talk about food, sex, partying, going on vacation.
He's absolutely up 100% right.
Really?
Treat women like children.
What part do you resonate with? What part makes sense?
I think that's the way Tom treated me.
Your husband.
Yeah.
I think he never brought to me, he never talked about politics with me. He never talked about his work. He will come. It was great. Good day. And then we talk about how are the dogs? How was your day, baby? Did you play bridge today? Did you go shopping or did you return? And I thought this guy really loved me.
This guy really loves me. Guys, what she's talking about, and shout out to Tom Segura and his wife, and this is Tom Segura's mama, I believe. She said, and this is cold, hard facts. And I don't think people can pull this off, especially in today's world, because people try to be equally yoked a little too much. And we find that there's not many people that are equally yoked. But treat your wife like a child. Like, do not talk about any serious matters with your wife. There are going to be some people who disagree with this, and I understand. because you want to be equally yoked and you wanted somebody intelligent and you want somebody on your level and you want to have, what do they call it? Sapiosexual, and, you know, talking nerdy turns you on and shit like this. I get it. I understand. All right. But marriage, in order to make a marriage work as a man, first of all, you got to be the fucking man. All right. Otherwise, the woman's going to lose massive respect for you. But your wife should know no struggle. Like, she should know, she should not be aware of the world's struggle. You have to shelter her away from that, even through like her friends. All right. Keep her away from friends that are divorced and independent working bitches. She don't need to be around them. Be around the woman that go play golf and hang around the country club and sit around the guy. Do not bring any, don't tell her about your problems. Don't tell her about your struggles. Don't tell her what went wrong at work, the politics of your job, the politics of the world, what Trump is doing, what Biden was doing, the next political. Don't say shit. Don't bring it up. Did you play pickleball today? Did you go to see, what did you do? Did you bake a cake? Did you walk the dogs? Did you go to mommy and me class? What did the kids' words say today? What did they, just like children? Now, this is what a lot of people are. I'm old school. They're old school. But, bro, don't bring none of that shit up. Don't bring up finances. Don't bring up paying the bills. Cover the bills. Cover the bills so she don't fucking know about it. Yep. How was Pilates? Did you go get some matcha and some boba? What flavor boba tea did you get? That's as much as you want to know. Talk about Love Island. Don't talk about red pill talking points. Women need to submit. Don't bring none of this shit up, bro. None of it. Keep the shit simple. Did you play bridge? Did you play spades, bid, whisk? And then I actually, what was the brother's name? Sean Connery said the same thing. Sean Connery said the same thing. Don't talk about nothing important. Don't let her come play golf with the boys. Nah, none of that. Just stay away from all that shit. Stay away from all that shit. Just go on over there, run some errands. How was running some errands? Did you get drop off? What did they bring for the fucking Instacart order? Yep. Don't talk about Andrew Tate. Don't talk about what CGA said. Just simple conversation. Simple. Keep it simple. Do not bring the labors of the world. What's going on? There's going to be a World War III. Conspiracy theories. They're poisoning. The frogs are turning gay. None of this shit, bro. Keep it simple. Did you get socks for the dog?
Wait, Tom treat me.
Your husband.
Yeah. I think he never brought to me, he never talked about politics with me. He never talked about his work. He will come. It was great. Good day.
It was great. Good day. Everything's good.
And then we talk about how are the dogs? How was a good day, baby? Did you play bridge today? Did you go shopping? Or did you return?
Yo, and that is some great conversation. And then just deal with the weight of the world yourself. Because here's the thing. And I know people are they're gonna misinterpret this. Here's the thing. And I want you to think about this. Has a woman knowing anything important or having the weight of the world ever helped the situation? I want you to ask yourself this. Has a woman knowing anything that of consequence and weight actually helped the situation? I'll give you an example. You see a person on a rampage. They going on a rampage and they got a knife and they running around stabbing people. What do women do? Scream. Ah! Ah! Stop! Stop! No! No! Don't do that! Ah! Most of the time, their anxiety makes it worse. No, stop! Oh, don't do that now! Don't do that! You gotta stop! Ah! Am I lying? I'm not lying. They most of the time don't make the shit better. They just make the shit worse. They start screaming and motherfuckers get nervous and everybody nervous system going off because you want to shut the bitch up. So you trying to stop the shit because you want to shut her ass up. Bitch, shut the fuck up. Most of the time, they don't bring any solutions. They don't solve the problem. They don't be like, hey, you know what? What we need to do is you call 911. You get the fucking first aid kit. You stop the motherfucker. You know what I mean? You get this person to protect them. They don't do nothing but scream and yell and that's what we're talking about. And you can use that on a multiple issues. Take the human resource office. A situation happens between two employees. You can simply be like, okay, what's your story? What's your story? Okay, you fired, you get the fuck out. What does human resources do? They come down the hall. Let's pull up the human resources. Okay. They come trudging down the hall, pulling files, scheduling meetings, bringing in executives, bringing in an outside source to evaluate this, doing X, Y, and Z. They end up causing more problems than solving the problems. Okay, there's the human resource department coming in here and they got their glasses. They're super important. They're going to bring all their bullshit to the table. Human resources is going to stir up problems that aren't even there. They can solve the problem by making the woman dress appropriately, but they can't do that. You know, that's discrimination based on the HIPAA law, number T2. Now there's a trail of emails and there's this and that and there's meetings and I got to stop my fucking thing. Hey, senior executive CGA, we have to have a meeting of these two underlings flirting and fucking in the bathroom. And now she filing a sexual harassment claim because she said you leered at her. Like, what the? Right. Yep. Now I got to move the whole company around based on the suggestions of these goddamn human resource officers coming down here. That's an example of people there having too much information and too much. You have too much things to solve and they end up making it worse. They take gasoline and dump it on a goddamn grease fire. So that's an example of what we're talking about. If you want a relationship to work, especially if you a money boss player, shout out to Skylar. If you a money boss player, if you a trick ass boss, bruh, or a boss ass trick, just keep women in the dark. Keep they ass in the dark and keep them in busy and keep them in the house. All right. That's going to be your best bet. Soon as you invite, keep letting them go outside, letting them float around, letting them go hang out with their single friends, letting them hang out with their male best friends. You see how problems arise? Then you start talking politics and agendas and having conversations and arguments. So much for sapiosexual. Now we're having intense arguments and not fucking. You see what I mean? That's why you don't. You just overcomplicate women, and women like these things, but I'm gonna just tell you, baby, I know what's good for you. You know what's good for you? Just be quiet.
Silence.
Just be quiet and stay busy. Anyway, be quiet, stay busy, go take up knitting or some shit like that. All right, be involved in the cooking show. You ever see them cooking show bitches? Them cooking show bitches would be like, all right, I diced up the potatoes. I put salt on the green beans. And then here we go right there. They be talking about how to fucking make a brisket for 8 hours in the oven. All right. And they be making the honey sauce with the barbecue and mixing the motherfucking tang. And yeah, keep just being there cooking. Just being there. Take your cameras and record it and post it all over social media if you want to. Just get your ass in there. All right. Making biscuits and gravy and all kind of shit and, you know, pulling shit out the oven and look at how juicy it is. And look at how it's all marbled over. You need one of them. You need them bitches. All right. Making shit in air fryers and posting it on the internet. All right. All right. And then when you walk in and she say something important, you just be like,
silence, you fool.
Did you pay the electric bill?
Silence, you fool.
Yeah, just be quiet. I got it taken care of. Shut the fuck up. All right. Anyway, you don't have to tell her to shut the fuck up or anything, but keep them busy. Martin Muhammad says, Michelle Obama says she can feel that way. Sure. Of course we get it, but don't say it out loud. It sets a bad precedent for average, intelligent, plain looking, broke females who are already delusional. Shout out to you.
Silence, you fool.
She don't care. Michelle Obama don't care about delusional average IQ chicas. All right. We got our brother here. We got 2 sponsorships coming up. It is our brother, Davey Boy Smith. Says, CGA, thanks for helping me boss up. Paid off my car in January. Paid full bills for a year in March. In 2024, I took 2 weeks unpaid vacation. In 2025, I took 3 weeks. Goal was 4 this year, and I've scheduled 5 trips for 5 weeks. Feels amazing to be free. I hope more men listen and implement CGA for life. And that's a sponsorship by Davey Boy Smith. Congratulations, man. These are all blueprint shits that I've been telling y'all to do, but y'all distracted by the tricking, man. But I'm going to tell you, man, I'm giving y'all the blueprint of survival. It's a beautiful thing. Shout out to Kenny Chesney Cherry says, CGA, my birthday is this weekend and enjoy your weekend. I'm not a father, but I will be treating myself before going back to the Middle East next week. I shall be ecclesiastically clapping. Say that fast. Free Agent Lifestyle for Life. That is a sponsorship by Kenny C. Enjoy your birthday this weekend. Happy birthday to you. And enjoy some Juco and cheesy. Okay, are you clapping in the Middle East? What a dangerous boy. Don't get your head chopped off over there. All right, but shout out to you. Harden says, I'm a finance bro, so no work today. Father's Day out here. Shout out to Harden out here. No work because the banks are closed today. Are the banks closed? God dang it. Shout out to you, Harden, for getting some rest this weekend in the finance bro sector. And a couple more. We got the main event. We're going to talk about the dark psychology of women, female content creators, OnlyFans models, and Instagram models. Coming up, I have experience with all of them. Being an influencer myself, they tend to relate to me a lot more because, you know, they were equally yoked. Shout out to a man named G, says, to the King of Kings. Shout out to you. Mr. Handsome Paul says, appreciate the stream, coach. Your insight and knowledge goes to show you that experience trumps hollow ideas and opinions. Old dick jockey and mediocre turd review rejects could never. Free Agent Lifestyle for life. We don't have ideas and opinions. We got experience over here, and that trumps your little ideas, all right? In theories, I think this would work, and I think that would work. We got information out here. Shout out to a man named G with the co-sponsorship.
I'm rich, bitch.
Shout out to you. We got Joel C says, RTM said he wasn't going to address you, then proceeded to post the same video like 5 days in a row talking shit. Interesting. I noticed that. They called me irrelevant. They said my views are low. I don't have good production. I'm an old bitter man. Here's 5 videos proving so. And wasn't they over there tattletelling and dry snitching? I was looking over there like, these some tattletale niggas. Like they was over there, look at what he said about this person. Look at what he said about that person. And look at what he's doing on the social media. I was like, what happened to dry snitching? God damn. I'm surprised these niggas didn't call the Fetty Gov on me. This nigga over there went to the Philippines, say he fucked 15 women. Like, what's next, nigga? Like everybody knew. They was over there tattletelling. But look what he said about the Black Manosphere. Look what he said about Myron. I was like, he said he got one nut. CGA was talking about his cancer. Like, what in the fuck? What kind of men are they? I told you they was going to expose themselves for the low pieces of vibrational shit that they are. He need to apologize. Like, what in the fuck is going on? These niggas, man. I was like, if they actually said something to substance, these niggas was telling the principal. CGA, these niggas was telling the principal. You know what CGA was saying about him? Him said he got one ball. Nigga, is that none of your business? Him said something about Myron. Him was talking about Myron. You know, what he was trying to do was get Myron gassed up so he could throw some hate videos over there. Him over there saying he paying for pussy. Like these niggas snitching on me like they got the principal over here listening. Like what in the actual fuck is going on here? Massa, you know, I told you about these book lecking ass nimble. Hey, Massa, him over there holding court over there with no super chats. Him over there demonetized. And he's still on the internet. Like what? Him over there got young 22-year-old woman and he's showing them. I like receipts, but he got too many receipts, master. He's showing too many young girls. I told you them niggas deep in the Sambo plantation over there. They mad that I'm showing too many young girls. Oh my Lord Jesus. Like that is crazy work, bro. I never thought I'd see today, but I told you about the black manosphere and the manosphere themselves. Rest haven for hoes. Him out here 50 years old, him out here dating 22-year-olds around the world and ass nigga. Like what? Y'all literally wasted y'all time trying to revive your dead ass channels, all right, to get $10,000 in motherfucking AdSense money at the end of the month. I mean, your paycheck, them videos don't even count to this month's AdSense. They go to next month's AdSense. Well, I figured you're going to be struggling. Shout out to Johnny Vegas says, happy Juneteenth. It's my birthday today. Damn. It's a lot of people's first birthday today. Johnny Las Vegas says, wondering why the One Nut Clanosphere called you jealous, yet they're the ones making 2-hour videos on CGA. You live rent-free in their heads, the heads of the incel. They need to form like Gay Voltron to battle the Great One. Yep, they needed like 15 other guys to join in. They was trying to get other niggas to join in. They was texting other niggas, make some videos. Happy birthday, Johnny Las Vegas. I seen that. They was trying to drag other niggas into the beef. Like, handle your own shit. Sickening. But they actually, they didn't even deserve a response. I'm like, they're responding to themselves. Hustle Every Day says, if the bleach don't get you the actual forever chemical in your tap water you was with, every day will get you. Lings ain't got nothing on them Germans, a.k.a. Americans, a.k.a. all of your major industrial companies. You're saying they're poisoning you. All right, out there. Okay? You can't win. Shout out to you. And we got the main event coming up, man. Do me a favor. Just give me the likes. Don't pass the scroll. Let's jump into it, man, so we don't get too further behind. I was going to run a commercial and take a piss, but we don't need to do all of that. Let's get to the main event. All right. Shout out to you, man. We got the main event here. We got social media issues here related to women that are content creators. More and more women are getting into content creation because they see it as a way out, an avenue, but it serves multiple purposes, not only money making, but to be able to get attention, right? To feed into their dark psychology. All right. But what happens is a lot of people don't realize this. And as young men, we see them as, oh, they're taking the easy route. They're winning. They're getting celebrities to follow them. They're getting massive amount of men in their DMs, but there's something else going on in the background that men don't know, especially when you're not dealing with them one-to-one, all right, one-on-one. Now, let me just preface this. I'm a social media content creator myself. Some of these issues I deal with. Number two, I deal with women who are in social media, either via Instagram or YouTube and or OnlyFans and stuff like that. I've dealt with them one-on-one. I've had close relationships with them personally. I've fixed a couple of their binds. And I've also had, girlfriends that have been involved in social media. You got to remember, I'm a lot older than you. So a lot of women have attempted to be a part of this. And when they couldn't, they realized how difficult it was. They flopped. They basically just got rid of that digital footprint and moved on with their lives. So with that being said, these women are not to be that much afraid of. You can't be afraid of them so much because a lot of their battles are from within. Now, let me give you an example of one issue that men have is that women get a lot of DMs from multiple men. Now, this does affect relationships because if a woman gets involved in being on social media, she's going to get reached out by a lot of men. I would say 70-80% of women cannot handle this appropriately. Or when you find out how they're handling it, it makes it difficult for you to actually deal with them one-on-one and trust them. So they won't give you access to the DMs or check on them. They'll just say it's happening and just trust them. But this woman says, do not unfollow women that don't respond to DMs. Okay. Let's hear this. That's interesting. So she wants you to DM them, but if she doesn't respond, don't unfollow her. Psychology. Here we go.
That time. After 2 unreplied DMs, it's time to unfollow that young lady, fellas. Dang, you don't want to see my cute pictures and stuff?
And also be persistent sometimes, unless you're crazy.
Why would you unfollow? Don't
Damn.
be sensitive.
Like, can you just give me some time?
The same niggas DM me every day. And you know what? I fuck with that, Kings. Be consistent. I'm not going to be with you, but be consistent.
Okay, so interesting, huh? The psychology behind that. The dark psychology. So the same guys DM you, you never respond to them, you like the consistency, you're never going to be with them, but don't unfollow because you don't want to lose a fan. You just a fan to her, but it's even more than that. But she's like, yeah, man, nah, don't be that insensitive. Don't be that insecure. Don't give up hope. Just stick it out in there. Keep DMing me and I'll just keep ignoring you. I'll keep complaining about you niggas and thirsty niggas DMs. Who would actually put up with this? But there's some series of guys that will put up with this. She adds more context, which should be even be scarier. Let's hear this context that she's going to add.
Now, the other thing I'm saying is sometimes when I'm in a relationship and somebody DM me, I go back for that. So don't unfollow me. Don't unfollow. Okay. Like, hold on.
Hey, I'm free now.
Look what they say. Oh, I'm done taking that nigga seriously. Ask me what I'm doing again. Thank you.
Whoa. Oh, that's even worse psychology right there. So men in relationships, the woman says here, this woman says here, well, this is my next group of men that I'm going to pick from. So don't stop DMing me. Don't unfollow because, well, I'm in a relationship with this guy now, but I might end this relationship. This relationship is not intended to go on forever. I don't think it's kind of like when a guy has a prenup and she says you're setting yourself up for the divorce. Well, if you have a DM full of men, aren't you setting up the relationship for a breakup if you know that you're going to eventually go back to the DM full of men? Psychologically, this is what's preying on these women. Thus, it makes it difficult for them to go through the difficult times in your relationship, right? That like, so you're trying to build and you're trying to go through difficult times. And she's like, nah, all right, forget all that. I'm going to just go to the DM full of men. I know they exist. I see them on a daily basis, but I never replied to them. So I didn't cheat. Or maybe I did reply to them, but I was just checking in on them. So she's having a conversation with guys, but hey, she wants you to continue that even though that she's in a relationship. I mean, that is very, very dark. But it gets darker than that. Okay. It gets darker than that. Is that there's a series of things that are happening when women are posting on social media. Most men think they're they're posting just for men. Well, we can say that they're going to make a bag off of men. They're not looking for the attention only. They're looking for the money. So now it's making money. But what's happening is psychologically for every woman that posts, and this is happening even with men as well, influencers are making young women feel bad. This is according to Psychology Today. A new study shows that viewing images of influencers hurt mood and body images. In fact, that when women post their successes, although they may be cheering, you go girl, you inspire me, it actually makes women feel worse. When women have their life together and they have their little, when they get in there and they're organizing snacks and they're doing these refrigerator organizations and they have a clean house and their body is snatched, their body is tea. At one point, they find it inspirational, but on the other hand, it makes them feel like a worse piece of shit. According to this, concerns about how media images affect young women's body images are nothing new. But a few decades ago, the focus was on images of actual models that appeared in fashion magazines. But today's concerns are photos of models in magazines seem quaint, compared to worries about how the flood of social media imagery can increase women's dissatisfaction with their appearance. Not only their appearance, their lives, their status, their relationship. Some women are saying they got relationships with men that they win with, and he pays all the bills, where this woman can't get a man to pay for a drink. And now they're here making, although they're in the comment section saying we love it, in the back of their minds, they don't like it. They don't like it because it's a reflection on them. And it also affects young men as well, because you got a lot of hating ass men. If a man shows that he's doing well and he has a nice supercar, here they come in there with the hate, right? So we see a lot of men engaging in this situation as well. This is called female intersexual competition, and it refers to the rivalry between women over desirable mates and reproductive resources. Is rooted in the evolutionary psychology. Shout out to the men in the Mitchosphere that be talking about evolutionary psychology. It is real. It is often manifest through subtle, indirect tactics like reputation management, competitor derogatory statements about competitors, and social exclusion rather than direct physical aggression. So indirect aggression. Women frequently use gossip, social ostracizing, and the spreading of rumors to diminish the perceived mate's value of rivals. So we're going to find a way to tear that woman down. All right. You will see them defend Carolyn Bryant, but they'll only defend her because men are tearing her down. Now, if the women choose to tear her down, it's fair game. Right? The women choose to tear her down. Now, if women tear her down, but some women are celebrating her and keeping her up, because why? Because these women want to see their ability to use the same lane Dr. Carolyn Cheyenne Bryant used, and therefore they're not going to tear her down. She's a video vixen model turned doctor of psychology, so quote unquote. So we're not going to tear her down because we want the ability to use that same lane. But if no one's using that lane, or she's stepping on toes, then we got to tear her down. Interesting, isn't it? But we see men do this as well. We've seen a bunch of men do this this week with CGA. Happens. Okay, so psychology-wise, women are competing not only to become influencers, they're also using and watching women, and they're trying to duplicate their strategies. When it doesn't work, they say something's wrong. Okay. Now, I know this because I've dated a lot of women, or mated a lot of women that have Instagrams and OnlyFans. What they do is, and this has been proven in OnlyFans statistics, that a lot of the people who are watching OnlyFans accounts are not just married men, they're women. Uh-oh. Now, they think it's the incels and the neckbeards and stuff like that and the simps. But really, a lot of women watch other women in porn. A lot of women watch other Instagram models and escorts. A lot of women watch women who are scantily clad, and they follow them on social media. And not only do they follow them, they use their videos and clips as inspiration to duplicate them. And then if they don't become popular, they'll find another reason as to why that woman's making it and why she isn't. Well, she's skinnier, she's whiter, she's blacker, she's fatter, she's thicker. And they are developing these insecurities, trying to compete intersexually with other women. Now, we think they're just trying to get the simps. Yeah, the money comes with the simps, but they're also competing. So they're watching other women. I've actually seen other women's Instagram following, and they follow lots of women. They save lots of women's travel photos so they can duplicate them when they travel. Okay. So when a woman, like, say, for instance, you're traveling with a woman and she says, here, take a picture of me or a video, and you just happen to do it. That's another conversation. And she poses in a certain way, or she frames the shot in a certain way. She's literally duplicating another woman's photo or video, right? The way she poses and all of that stuff. She's duplicating. She's not just doing it for the simps. She's also doing it to compete against the other women. And she's doing it to duplicate and emulate another woman. So that's what they're studying all day. You think they're studying men and how to manipulate men. No, they're studying women. They go on their OnlyFans and see what they're posting. All right, now let me see if I can duplicate that. They're not studying men. They're studying women and what comes as a result of men. When a woman posts a picture and her handbag is in there and she's leaning to the side and the Ferrari horses is in the back of the headrest, they're saving those pictures. So that then when they get in Sugar Daddy's Porsche, they get in there and they make a video of themselves because the other woman made the video. They're not trying to compete against men. They're actually competing against the other women. Now, something will happen as to where younger women will see other kind of thotty Instagram girls. You know, they will have the swimwear. They'll be at the pool with the bikini, and they'll pull the bikini all the way up, high-waisted, and they'll pose a certain way, and they'll start making those pictures. I've seen women that I coached in basketball do that. They try to do the same thing, and I'm like, damn, but you're not going to consistently be able to do it. Plus, your family's going to ostracize you if you keep doing it. But they'll try to do it because they see the other young thotties doing it. And they do this to compete against each other. And if it doesn't work, they're going to find a reason why it doesn't work. All right, so let me show you this real quick. We got some more Darkside psychology for them, because we got Ashlee and Janae update coming up related to this. This is what made me bring it up. We have a woman here that's going to talk about the burnout of dealing with becoming an Instagram or OnlyFans woman. And one thing that I'm going to tell you is that when a woman goes onto this journey, what she's going to realize is, number one, she's going to hear from a lot of men, DMs and follows and stuff like that. Number two, she's going to also see that she can get celebrities or high tier men, blue check marks to follow her, and she'll celebrate it. If a high tier man follows her on social media, she's going to screenshot that and post it on her Instagram story. So this is the positives for her. So the gamble's worth it by being scantily clad or going on social media, being a content creator. What comes with the territory are high tier men or men with money or sugar daddies or tricks or simps. That comes with it. And she knows that inherently. That plays a role in her posting. But the reality is, when it happens to her, just like girls that go into stripping, when they go into it, they're going to see the dark side of men. So they're going to start dealing with, and sometimes at a very young age, men that are going to start doing things like paying tribute to her, sending her videos and pictures of her of his meat, begging for her to do certain things and produce certain content, saying the nastiest, most despicable things to her, offering an opportunity to be on their podcast in exchange for sex. What else here? Yeah, a lot of things that are going to happen, and they're in the DMs. Now, the women are going to see this. They may not respond to it. They may see it, but they may not participate with it, but they're going to see it. And at this point, even at a young age, the way she sees men is going to change forever. The dark side of this industry. So she's never going to see men as genuine unless it's her boyfriend, Edgar. She's always going to think men are predators, groomers, preying on her, tricks, simps, or some sort of person that she can get over on. And this happened to this young woman here. 1 year after launching an OnlyFans page, a TikToker questioned her choice, saying she feels burnt out, dead inside, and no longer attracted to men. This is why I'm telling you is that if they've moved down that scale, it's going to be hard for her to see men as she truly needs to see them. Happens to red pill men. You're a red pill guy. You exposed to the red pill. It's hard for you to see women the way they the way they should be. All right, because you're thinking that she's going to do something to you, poison you, or manipulate you. But this is the woman here in the story. We're going to see her right here. And it's a Ling. All right, so there she is right there. She was completely put off of men after 1 year of doing OnlyFans. All right. So she said right here, every day of her life, she made exclusive content. She was selling pictures to men. They told her what to wear, what to do, some despicable things to do with her body. And she said she started having conflicting thoughts about how disgusting her DMs and her followers were, even though she made content for those followers. And she continued to make content off of those followers, right? But she said she felt dead inside, completely desensitized and not into men anymore. It's hard to find them attractive. Well, when they start trying to find men to marry. So I dealt with a girl that had been an OnlyFans girl from about age 19 to 22 or 23. She had done it and done very well too. She had a decent following. I've dealt with several OnlyFans girls. What happens was At some particular point, there's only so much money involved. Most of the losses that they have in their life, they cannot recover from. The damage is already done, even through their family and friends, future employers, and past friends and shit like this. The damage is done, and they'll want to change from that. They'll just, I want a clean slate. I'm going to put it behind me. I'm not that girl anymore, because they're desensitized. But what they'll have is this belief that they're going to be able to find a guy who overlooks that, who they can be intimate with, and that won't care that she was getting dick down on OnlyFans. But the content still exists. It just doesn't exist. So she'll delete her page, or she'll hide it, or she'll hide it from you. She might tell you in passing, yeah, I had that, but it wasn't much. But she'll still have it up as a means to go back and look at it and maybe collect money from people who don't realize that they're still subscribed from it. And she's getting a couple $1,000s from that. She might be still paying her rent from it. But what happens is she'll try to translate that going back into regular relationships, but she will only see these regular relationships as Johns and tricks. All right. They'll never be men. They'll never be, even she'll still try to date hypergamously. So she'll come out of it to try to date hypergamously. But her dating strategy is still related to her content strategy. Her dating content is still related to her content strategy. She might even do things like an escort, or she'll just get off the internet, do escort or sugar dadding, sugar babying, but it's still hypergamously dating. Okay, it's still hypergamously dating. All right. And this is, where's the other picture of her right there? This is the other picture of the young lady right here. So there's psychologically that plays a factor. She reveals she's no longer attracted to men after a year of doing OnlyFans. That's the same woman right there. And she deleted her OnlyFans. She's deleted her shit. It takes a while for these girls to delete their content too, because even though that they don't want to do it anymore, they have ill will and feelings to it, or they've been abused by it, or they've been traumatized by it, they don't delete it right away. And we've seen this with the young woman who turned her life over to Christ. I think her name is Nala Ray. She came out and said, I turned my life over to Christ, but she still had her OnlyFans, right? She didn't delete it. And it took a while for her to let go of it. You're going to find that women who have a digital footprint, and it's a lot of them at this point, will still have it to look back and reflect on it and say it was a trophy. But there may be still money coming in and guys still hitting her up, or there's content to be sold, or she'll still find a way to keep it up, but she won't delete it. Okay. It's hard for them to separate from it psychologically. The next point is a lot of the women that go into this actually get into what we call degrading intimacy, degrading sex. So not only are they what you call exhibitionist, they want to show themselves off. They may go into some dark side of Instagram or dark side of OnlyFans. Even if they don't go in part of it, they are often dealing with guys who degrade them. And sometimes it's not that the guy degrades them, it's that they like to be degraded. Right. So the dark side psychology of this one, other than narcissism, other than them losing desire for the majority of men and finding them to be sickos or tricks or simps, she will also find that she wants to deal with guys that are above her level still. Even though she makes a lot of money, she might make $100,000 a month. She's still going to go up here and deal with a guy who dominates her. Right. So you're going to see also attached to this women that have dark sexual fantasies of being controlled and manipulated, even though she's a high tier ticket on social media and simps are begging for her. Simps are begging for her. So, yeah, she will have this mindset. All right. So there's that. Another thing that'll happen as a result of this, the dark side, is that some of these women deal with behaviors that they act like it's no big deal. So they'll deal with stalkers. They'll deal with guys that are saying harassing things in the comments or in DMs, body dysmorphia, pressures to tickle the algorithm and they don't get views. You'll see a woman say, with a large following, she gets 6,000 views on a post and she'll delete it and she'll go back from scratch and she'll go on TikTok and say, I can't believe TikTok restricted my views. And she's fighting with the algorithm and the platforms and going crazy. Maybe it's my body dysmorphia. Maybe it's the way I look. Maybe it's the bonnet on my head. Maybe it's the harassing guys. Maybe so they'll go through a lot of things, cyberbullying by other women, unsolicited comments about their appearance, And most of it is done before they even leave their place. It's done before you say, hey, honey. It's done before you say, hey, what's for dinner? All of that is done. They're fighting with themselves. They're fighting with the comment section. Some women are making content, but they are contributors to content. So a woman you're with, she don't make content, coach, so I'm not worried about it. How many of girls you're dating actually be in the TikTok and the motherfucking Facebook comments all day fighting? Okay. The dark psychology. Then they say, well, I'm not one of these content creators. I'm not one of these women selling their soul, but they're in there arguing in comments all day on Instagram, all day on Facebook. They're just as bad. They're not any different than the content creator themselves. They're not any different than the whole skeezer. A lot of them are dealing with a lot of issues, and much of their issues are coming back, and you can trace it back to social media. Somebody said something about them on social media. Somebody responded to their comment, and they all flustered and frustrated. And then their self-esteem is in the toilet, or they're trying to argue with you in there. And why did they say that? So let's give you a couple more things to think about and look out for. Okay, the algorithm fucking them up. Here's something called intermittent reinforcement. This is something that is used by people who are groomers or abusers or men who are controlling or are in control. Okay, intermittent reinforcement. Intermittent reinforcement would be like what people will call love bombing. I give you a lot of attention up front, and then I pull the attention away. And then what it does is it creates a fear for the woman. I'm going to lose this. You contact her every day. You message her every day. You tell her how much you like her. And then by the time she says, well, I like you too, you pull back. Oh, don't leave me. I need that dopamine hit. I don't want to lose you. You've been reinforcing positive things with me. All right. You've been giving me attention, and now I'm ready to submit to you and give you all my attention. And then you pull back. This happens with the platform itself. So initially, she was able to jump up on OnlyFans with bikini photos, and that worked for about a week. She was able to put foot pictures up, and that worked for about a week. But what happens is the platform knows that, and they want you to feed the beast. So they're going to restrict your views. They're going to shadow ban you. Or maybe what worked a month ago doesn't work today. The men said, fuck them bikini pictures. Show me them itty bitty titties. Let me see them little nipples. Let me see them areolas. So guys aren't going to be interacting with it as much. So that initial rush of support and interest goes away. It wanes. And then what does she do? Let me find ways to clamor to get it back. What do I have to do to get it back? She might have to do things that are more extreme. She might have to lie and say, a guy that's worth $15 million to take my virginity. It becomes less about the money and then more about the intermittent reward system that the platforms and men and or women are giving them. And it creates their withdrawal, the emotional roller coaster that they go through, and they're going to chase it. And then if they aren't successful, they're going to have low self-esteem related to it. Okay. So they'll end up chasing that dragon. That happens to male content creators too. They're not isolated related to that, because we all go through that as well. All right. You post the TikTok, it gets 200 views, and you're like, how dare you? What do? You post more TikToks. All right. Or you got a video that gets 1 million views. Guess what? I need another 1 million views. Any video that gets 20,000K or 20,000 views is seen as a fail. The content platforms know that, so they know you're going to make more content. Okay, so that's a psychological thing that happens. And the self-esteem issues. Let's take you to this real quick. Is this issue right here? This young lady, her name is Ashlee Janae. Ashlee Janae is the woman that you guys remember married the white guy in South Africa or in Africa. This guy right here, she later died. Beautiful woman. She went from 70,000 followers to 150,000 followers overnight after her death. And everybody thought this white sugar daddy killed her after proposing to her in front of lions, right? Remember this? Ligers and tigers. Who remembers this? Okay, she was a young woman. He was an older guy. People were saying that he was a scammer. He killed her. There's no way she deleted herself. Well, sad part about it is a few weeks ago, the people over there in Tanzania ruled it as a self-deletion. Okay, now here's what people thought. Why would she delete herself? She's an Instagram influencer. She tightly packed. She's beautiful. She had attention. She had views. Now, this goes back to the very dark psychology of women and social media influencers that they cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Let's just say it. I mean, people can say that about me too, that know me as a YouTuber. They like, yeah, bro, he CGA out there. But to be out here taking hits and challenge and trying to challenge the platforms and putting yourself out there and being beautiful and maintaining that beauty and exercising your hypergamy and dealing with people saying toxic things about you, judging you, this is going to lead to a lot of people having negative mental health issues. Some people won't see it. Well, she had everything going for her. She married the rich guy. She's beautiful black woman. She leveled up. How could she delete herself? Here's the deal. Now, we don't know if this is true, but this is going to show you right here, according to Hollywood Unlocked, the fiance, Joe McCann, agreed to call off the engagement before her alleged self-deletion. Cites alleged childhood trauma, declining mental health, shared her alleged troubling messages to loved ones and ChatGPT. Uh-oh. The one thing that I'm going to tell you as a secret, if you want to know anything about your woman, not if she's cheating, but if you want to know what her thoughts are, Claude and ChatGPT is going to tell you the entire picture. It's going to tell you everything. If you get a woman's ChatGPT, you're going to learn everything. She shares everything with ChatGPT. Every ridiculous thought, every kink, everything, every idea that she has, and everything's on that ChatGPT. Her therapist got it too. Okay. You don't want to know this information, but let's go ahead and look at this. It says the influencers are attempting to clear his name for all as he speaks with TMZ and shares a treasure trove of so-called receipts. Okay. They found her hanging, and he says right here, he alleges that she was silently suffering from declining mental health. She learned she may not be able to conceive children. Now, some people aren't going to believe this. They're going to be like, nah, he hacked the system and stuff like that. But how many women are admitting that they're suffering from mental health? How many women do you hear trying to virtue signal that they're doing the work in therapy? Man, a lot of women are in therapy. A lot of women are on mental health meds. A lot of women they self-diagnose. A lot of them are silently dealing with mental health issues. A lot of women are hiding that they have mental health issues when they have a relationship with you, right? So you get into a relationship with you, they don't start off telling you all the mental health drugs and SSRIs they're taking. They pull that off later, right after they flooded you and let you hit raw and let you nut in them and all that shit. Then they start talking about their past and their trauma and their childhood trauma and their mama trauma and their daddy trauma, their daddy issues, their past boyfriend, their pookie issues. They hit you with all of that after you done hit it raw and nutted in them a few times. Now you realizing that you about to have a bipolar depressed baby. Okay. So then when they say Ashlee Janae was dealing with it, they're like, nah, lying. Hell, what? Lots of them are dealing with it. Let's see if we can pick this apart. It says right here, if you can look, there's some images of the woman down at the bottom of a highway. He shared images of her outbursts this week, including moments where she flung her clothes across the street and walked into traffic during a panic attack. He can't make that up, bruh. He can't hack into that. There she is right there on the cul-de-sac losing her motherfucking marbles. See, social media never shows this part. I've dealt with women like this, and you just be like, See, social media don't show this. She's all pretty and made up, but there she is with her wig all tangled in two, bonnet out. She can't all here get her back fat all pressed, her waist in with the back fat. But there she is doing some NB activity, barefoot in pajamas in the middle of a white neighborhood, clothes flung all across the street. And he got this bitch on several streets out here saying, I'm just going to stand here and let a truck hit me at bit. Look at this, bruh. Like, is this AI? You cannot fake this amount of shit right here. Some of these people be going through mental health issues. This is definitely Here's William territory right here.
Here's William.
It says, don't let anyone I don't like carry my casket. No attempting this time. Goodbye, Joe. Some women who self-delete literally threaten self-deletion multiple times, if not hundreds of times. Hundreds of times. And then when you say, well, go ahead and do it, they'll be like, well, you don't care if I die? Like, this is crazy work. I'm not attempting this time. I'm going to do it. Let's continue. We got more receipts. This is the place ruling it a self-deletion. Text messages showing distress. Let's see if we can get this.
Pamoja na vifaa mbalimbali vya kielektroniki tulivyovichunguza.
Okay, we can't understand this nigga. Okay, so this is what social media shows right here. Social media will show all of this, the beautiful image, the composing, the poise, the background, the framing, the makeup, the hair. That's just one thing, bro. Okay, that's just one part of it. Here's some more messages, allegedly. It says right here, you okay? Yeah, you're not going to find me hanging in a closet or anything. This guy says, I'm going to have to do a wellness check on you. This is February 2023. February 2023, which was 3 years ago. Yeah, you're not going to find me hanging in the closet or anything. I'm going to do a wellness check. This is allegedly from another man DMing her. Okay, them DMs. Okay, he was in there trying to babysit. Says right here, no need to call my therapist or anything. All right, so a guy in there with his cape. Shout out to Malcolm. We have this one says, this is a post from Ashlee Janae, October 2017. And it says, depression kills. Why didn't she tell us she was depressed? This one says she did. She told you when she started hiding in her room. She told you, again, this is not verbally telling you, this is her posting another receipt, but she's also telling you that women aren't going to tell you outright till it's too late. She told you when the cat suddenly started scratching her more than usual. She told you when she said she wasn't hungry and began pinning the clothes you just bought her. She told you when she stopped doing her schoolwork and cried when you called her lazy. She told you when she locked herself in the bedroom door all night. She told you when you noticed alcohol missing and she started waking up with headaches. She told you when she spent an hour in the shower and came out with puffy eyes. She told you, it says the thing about depression is that it's quiet. It isn't loud. And the reasons you didn't hear it was because you weren't really listening. Oh my. Yikes. This is what you're dealing with. I get it for free, coach. Bro, trust me, I dealt with a woman with depression, massive depression. It is not fun. So guess who she blamed for all of that? You didn't see it. It's your fault.
And it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
So you're supposed to see it. You're supposed to also be the masters of the universe and the titans of industry and making all this money and providing for her lifestyle and paying all the bills. You're also supposed to see when she got scratches on her arm and shit like this. When she stays in the bathroom for an hour with a dildo. She also posts in 2020, normalize apologizing to your children. Uh-oh. So whose fault is that? Mom or dad? So she has parent issues, which brings up the case. If she had issues with her mom and or her dad, why did her mom and dad get on the motherfucking television and say she wouldn't have deleted herself? Oh, she wouldn't have deleted herself, but the mom and dad knew she was going through these issues. Okay. Let's continue here. Here's apparently a picture that Joe took allegedly of him and her. Take a look at the body language. Damn, she a nice chocolatey piece of cake too, bro. It says right here, hope you're enjoying your night. I love you. Says we're getting married. Heard it here first. He's perfect. I love this for you. Congrats, sister. Look at the body language. Says right here, we just had a lot in common. Wasn't what he was expecting. I mean, yeah, that looks like a happy woman right here. Oh my goodness. Let's continue. There's more receipts. Here's more receipts. There she is in the field by herself. Oh, she's looking happy there. We got some receipts and text messages. Okay, just reading through these really quickly here. All right. I mean, more and more receipts. I'm not going to, oh my Lord, I'm not reading through all this shit. Golly. All right, so this is Ashlee allegedly texting another woman, talking about, oh, okay, I guess something had happened, and then Joe's texting from her phone. Oh, Jesus. She says, it's the level of rage and violent screaming in public that is new to me for her. I believe her lashing out was consuming my medicine. She needs her family and has needed her family for months. So her family has abandoned her, allegedly. Fucking hey, bro. This is crazy, right? Oh, my Lord. Is this receipts for the hospital? Chat GPT? That's Chat GPT. So Chat GPT, Joe got him in an argument, heated argument last night about 8 a.m. This morning. He gathered his belongings and left for the day. His suitcase is here. So I don't know if to leave the resort, but it's 10:30 and blah, blah, blah. This is what Chat GPT had to say. What it probably feels like is disrespectful, abandoning, punishing, anxiety. What is he doing? Where is he? And why no text? Okay, this isn't a great sign of behavior-wise. It's also not automatically a relationship crisis. It's the moments that matter. And this is her and her Chat GPT. Oh, my God, damn. This is the call log, call history. Look at these calls, outgoing. Every minute. February, that looks like April 8th, 2026. That's right around her death. Look at all these calls, bro. She going crazy, man.
Here's William.
Okay. You yelled at me in public. You put your hands on me yesterday. You threw a snowboard helmet at my head at point blank range. You screamed in public multiple times in Bend and now in Zanzibar. You really don't see the issue here, do you? Yes or no? This really not a conversation I'll continue to have over text. This looks like Joe over here. When and if you're ready to speak, either on the phone or in person, this is fine. You're not hearing my point of view. I keep hearing yours and acknowledging them. I just ask you yes or no question. Ooh, way, Lord have mercy.
Here's William.
Yikes. I mean, take a look. I mean, oh my gosh. Look at this. Okay, we got the therapist. Flying doctors. Okay, this is the medevac. Okay, god damn, he got the receipts on this one. Okay, look at all this. Okay, at the end of the day, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. So we don't know if she had issues going into becoming a content creator. Well, she did have issues coming into being a content creator, but what did it turn into? What it turned into her was her ability to do what a lot of women think they're going to do without any trauma. And that is become a content creator. Date high tier men. Date hypergamously. Okay. Be traveling around. A lot of women just don't have the issues, but they wonder how she wins. How did she manifest this? Some people said she was a video vixen. Some women said she was an escort and a sugar baby. Well, these are the type of women that end up getting into these positions. Sometimes these men got to pay the price by getting into these situations. Oh, she's beautiful. She's stunning. She's a trophy wife. So nothing's wrong with her. By the way, the tattoo should have been a dead giveaway. But when people say that, they don't know what to say. So they think, and also one thing about men and women that they don't understand psychologically, another thing, and I'll end it on this one. Okay, I'll end it on this. Is that pictures are worth 1,000 words, but you cannot really tell who a person is just by the photos. And men and women are mesmerized by photos. Women are mesmerized by their reflection. Men are mesmerized by women's photos and videos because we think as men, we can figure out who that woman is based on the photos. All right. She's pretty. Seems like she's rational and so forth and so on, but that's not true. That's just a snapshot. It's a highlight. Most of the time, pretty much manipulated and manufactured. Women are infatuated with their reflection. So you'll see a lot of women, especially when they're developing or they're going through some things or putting certain clothes on, is that she'll see a video of herself. You ever do this? Take a video of a woman and hold the camera and do like this. She'll get it and she'll immediately be like, she'll be literally mesmerized by her reflection and what she sees. She's like, damn, I'm sexy, I'm beautiful, I'm gorgeous. Wow. Even if she's ugly, even if she's marginally attractive, even if she's somewhat attractive, she's just mesmerized by her own looks. She's just like, wow, and look at this. And she'll manipulate the lighting and the posing. She just looks like, wow, look at how beautiful I look. Look at the makeup. Look at the hair. That narcissism, they can't defeat it. That's why they are good at posting still imageries and videos. This is her. But a man can't determine the stability of the woman because of the pictures. You can't read into it. She looks like she's enjoying life. She looks like she's young and beautiful. She's looked like she's happy. But what we just showed you is a lot of them aren't. Okay, they're not. Some women will see this and be like, that's what I want. And they'll try to mimic it and emulate it, but they just don't have the issues. Can I say this? Most women that see stuff like this, you will find that the only reason they want to do it is so they can post it on the internet. So they can do the exact same thing. You take them to a restaurant, they just want to post that they're at the restaurant. You send them 3 bouquets of roses, they want it so they can post it on the internet. They want to go on a certain vacation just so they can take the viral location shot. Like they saw another slag do on the internet. You can go to Italy and they're going to want to take the picture. They'll stand in line to take the picture of the spot in Italy that they saw everybody else post. She won't even take in the view and know the history behind it. Like, wow, they'll be at the fountain over there. Is it the Trevi fountain? I think it's Trevi. I've been there. And I've seen women doing the pictures over there and over there across the street from the Pantheon. They'll be at the fountain, take the picture, don't want to do the tour or the history. They just want to post the shit on the internet. They'll make your ass take them all the way to Tanzania just to do this right here and post it on the internet and go back in there and they'll be on their Instagram motherfucking taking the picture and manufacturing the video and so forth and so on. They don't give a fuck about the actual spot. They don't. Yep, same thing as Santorini, Greece. They're going to go right up to that high point of Santorini, Greece, walk up the fucking mountain in high heels so they can take pictures in that spot. As soon as they done taking the pictures, they right back on their phone like this. You didn't spend $5,000, $10,000 for her to go right to that spot, take a fucking picture. Tell me I ain't lying. Tell me I ain't lying. They're not even enjoying it. They're not going through the museum and the history, and they don't care. They don't care because they see other women doing the competition. Not only that, they want relationships with men. They want this. They want a relationship with a tall guy so they can take a picture, jumping into his arms. Trust me, guys, I've dated IG models. I've dated OnlyFans girls. They do this. They will set it up. They will set up the tripod. They will set up the whole thing. Hey, do this, do that. Set it up. Make it look authentic. Soon as this, all right, cut and cut. They will jump out of his fucking arms. First thing they do, grab the phone. First thing, get the phone. Shoop. Let me see. All right, hold up. Take it again. Fix the hair. It is a very, very, very tragic psychological thing. Now, look, I ain't mad at it because I'm a content creator, so I kind of do similar shit. All right, so I get it. But you have to know that if you are dating an IG model or you desire to date these girls or mate with them or hang out with them, that shit is all day. They don't turn that off. It's morning, noon, and night. All day. Now, let's talk about the women who consume this. They're consuming. Just because you don't make the content, ladies, you're not immune from this because you're consuming content like this. You're actually trying to manifest dating and going on vacations like this. So you're not immune from it either. You're commenting on it. You're liking it. You're saving it as your inspo shit. And then you're trying to get your boyfriend to take you to Tanzania. Also, you could do this shit, bruh. So you're not immune from this either if you're just a consumer and you've never done it. I ain't like this, coach, but let me look at your look. You know this area right here on Instagram where you can save the video? Let me see your saves on Instagram. Let me see your saves on Instagram. Let me see your pins on Pinterest. And I can tell you who you are. Just because you ain't done it yet doesn't mean you don't want to. You just don't have the ability to do so. All right. Because if I go on your Pinterest, shit. All right. I'll tell you who you are. That's the main event. Shout out to you here. We're at the 12:21 mark. I got to be out here done. But what did you think about this show? Who can do this show? Got them dudes talking about me early this week. They ain't got the history. They ain't got the history. All right. I know it. And I've dealt with women that wanted to be IG girls, that were IG girls, and that are OnlyFans girls, and then not OnlyFans girls. I dealt with them all. I've seen it. And I'm like, man, this is a wild shit. Wild shit. For me, it doesn't make me mad. You know, if I'm dealing with a woman that's like that and I'm trick or treating her and I'm treating her, it's just a part of what I do. Sometimes they help me out, which is great. All right. So they'll even help me and create posts for me. But most of the time, I just sit back. You know, the food comes. I already know she's going to take a video and a picture, and she want me to take her video. She's going to take my video. I'll just sit on back. Oh, here we go. All right. And some people are like, I wouldn't date women like that. Nigga, look, these aren't your wives. All right. We just having fun. All right. Don't take it seriously, nigga. It's not that hard. It's not that deal. It's just what comes to it. That's what comes with it. You want to date an Instagram girl, a hot chick, a chick that want to be an Instagram girl? Guess what she going to be doing? That. And more. Walking through the mall. Take a video of me walking by the pool. That's what comes with it. But she gonna lace you up with some content too. But if you want to avoid this, it's very tough to avoid this, even in today's culture, because a lot of people want to do it. Shout out to our brother Ko-Fi supporter. Says, damn. He says, yeah, I started to learn that talking to women about real issues is a waste of time and energy. He says, I would see my girls in the past start falling asleep or making dumb jokes mid-sentence that make you be like, "Bit, are you even listening?" That's the other part of it. You telling them important things, not just listening to her trying to tell you important things. You tell her something important, she ain't listening. She ain't listening at all. You wasted your breath. Shout out to Sir Campbell. Says, did you pay the light bill? And he said, at the end of the day, just be quiet.
Shut your bitch ass up.
The type of woman I want is a rare woman. Right? If I was to be in a relationship, which I'm not looking for one, I don't desire one, but my woman is very specific. And what happens is, because I have a very specific type of woman, and some men have specific type of women, the women that aren't that, sometimes they lash out on you. Well, that type of woman wouldn't do this, and you wouldn't be able to get along with that type of woman. And that woman seems shallow or and you're like, who cares? You're not that type of woman, so be quiet. You'll never be that type of woman. So shut the fuck up. All right. And similarly, when women say what they want from men, just let them keep wanting that. If you're not that guy, keep it moving. You're not that guy. Well, that type of woman you would be bored. You couldn't even relate to that type of woman. Let me tell you this. Here's another secret. I just spent damn near a week with a woman from Panama in Aruba, and she don't even speak English. Who knew that? Who knew that? She don't even speak English. She does not speak English. All right. I speak a little bit of Spanish. And we had a ball. You know why? Because she was shutting her ass up.
Shut your bitch ass up.
But here's the thing. She still spoke to me like I understood her. So that's the other thing. So she doesn't speak English. She don't speak English. None. All right. And guess what? When there was nothing to talk about, nothing to motherfucking talk about. She did not talk. Now, she still tried to talk to me in full Spanish, and I'll be looking at her like, all right, but I know enough Spanish to pick out words so I can throw some shit back, and we got Chat GPT, or we got a translator. So when it gets a little bit more entail, she wants to tell me details, we'll just do Google Translate, and we'll show each other. But then it was like, we got nothing to talk about, nigga. And then when it was time to fuck, I just said, let's fuck. And then I just grab her by her neck and throw her on the bed. And then when I'm done, she say something like, Baños. She wants to go to the bathroom. She's going to take a shower. We start pointing and grunting. Like we knew a little bit of stuff. She knows Malo Poppy and Poppy Malo. But when people say, how you going to relate to someone you can't talk to? Me, I can relate to someone I don't talk to very well. Because I don't need to talk to you at all, much if any at all. Like all that talking is wasted information for me. It's doing it because you can do it. A lot of women talk because they can talk. But my point is, you don't need to do all that talking. Right here. You don't need it's pointless. When we need to talk, we need to talk. When we don't need to talk. All that motherfucking talking is unnecessary. But we talked a lot. Oddly enough, we talked a lot more than you would think. All right, because she would just talk to me in Spanish the whole time. Or here's how we met, just so you guys know. There were 3 of us. All right, so we normally do this as 3. But there's a person that knows Spanish and English, and then there's her, and then there's me. So there was a third person in the whole equation the entire time. Now, that person didn't come on this trip. So I basically didn't bring the English translator. Right. But she knows what time it is when I grab her by the neck. I'll show you a receipt related to that, too, just so you can see there's normally a third person in the group. So when I go to Panama, there's always 2 women or 3 women, and she's one of them. All right, so it's a long thing that you have to understand here, but Malo Poppy Malo got to do what he got to do. Let me see if I can show you the receipt. Let me see here. But you can get a long way, bro. Money talk, bullshit walk. So this is when I went to Panama there. So you see there's 3 women. There's the third woman there. So there's a long story. I'll tell you over on Locals. All right. I can't tell you there. So normally when I'm with her, that was her in the white dress. Normally when I'm with her, there's 3 women. All right. So there she is right there. Same woman in Panama. There she is again right there. That's her and me. We went to the beach, just me and her. And let me see if we can pull that up. That's me right there. That's in Panama down at an island. It's going to get to it. That's her right there. And there's a third woman right there. All right. So that's the translator. That's the one that knows English and Spanish. So we have fun together as a threesome. And you can see me there. That's in Panama City, Panama. And there it is in Panama. I'm there with the monkeys. Let's see here. What do we got? There's a third woman again. There's 3 women. We always do things as threesomes. All right. So there's always going to be me, her, and someone else, except for this last trip. There's 3 women right there. That's 2 different women, by the way. Beautiful woman right there. And then there's the 3rd woman right there again. And there's the 3rd woman. So there's the 3rd person. So that's what happened. But on this trip, I only wanted to bring her. So people like, how do y'all do this? Right. So he said, all I see is the back of her head on purpose. But boy, did we have fun out on that patio. All right. This is where the black manosphere like, this is crazy. Too many receipts. So yeah, normally when we get together, it's normally a second woman involved. Like probably about 70% of the time. The manosphere, he says right here, the Mitchosphere can't stand this. The Mitchosphere is like, this is terrible. You need to sit down. You too old for this, coach. You too old for this. You should be settling down with a big overweight black fat woman down in Mississippi. Ass nigga. This is terrible. You're a degenerate. You're a degenerate. What's left? Degeneracy? Ass niggas. These niggas don't know what to do with themselves. These niggas done left. All right, shout out to Kaylin says one of the biggest talking points in the Mitchosphere is about not living with women. But what about for the dudes who are married? Unless a husband buys a separate house for his wife, it's hard to say you shouldn't live with her. Yeah, man. Look, anybody, it's a manosphere conundrum. If you can't afford to finance your second wife's house, you're not living separately from your spouse. Right? You're not living separately from her spouse. You can forget it, bro. And don't think she's going to, like, the rare opportunity you're going to meet a woman that has her own shit that will live separately from you. They're out there, but the likelihood she's under 50 years old is slim to none. She's going to be above 50. There's not going to be any women that are 20 and 30 that have their own house that'll be like, I'll be married to you and live separate. Okay, no. Shout out to EB's Gallery says, CGA, the TikTok word for word duplicate stories. Yep. It's the same thing, man. It is the same thing. Shout out to Drew says, dono. Shout out to Drew for the dono. And Nodak says, Brazil was a movie. Thanks for the connects. Oh, shout out to you, man. Oh, I put them down for the Brazil connect. And you can hit me up on email or over on locals if you want that connect too, because we connected out here. West Side connection. But yeah, man, a lot of guys are hoping and praying out here. I'll just find a woman that wants to get married and live separately. Not under 50, you're not. Not under 50. And there might be a guy that might find a woman under 35 that will do that, but that's slim to none. Same thing as the guy that wants to live off a woman. I'm going to get a woman that's a tight in the industry and she going to support me. Guys, go get a job. That's bullshit talk. I'm going to get a woman that's a trust fund. Go get a job, nigga. I'm going to date a trust fund woman, a woman with a trust fund. Sit down. You can't manifest shit like this. Number one. Number two, them women used to hiring gigolos. You better be ready for her to get fucked on a trip. All right, where she goes on a trip with you and takes you and she gets rotted right in front of you, P. Diddy style. No Diddy. Talking about, can you go by the pool? Because I got a 6'4" nigga with braids and dreadlocks coming over here to slang rod. Okay. And you're going to be in there either sitting by the chair. I don't know what you're going to be doing, bro. But I had a woman that I met that was like that. She was a doctor. She had several offices, a lot of money. She was involved in open relationships, meaning that she was a third in a married couple. She was a swinger. She was a white woman, and she loved niggas. Right now, she openly admitted to being a sugar mama. She was like, "I'm a sugar mama. I deal with dudes that fuck the shit out of me." She was like, "I got a lot of male friends," but she described the guy because she was talking about me. She was like, "Hey, you can." She wanted to be with me and set things up. She, of course, a physician is always worried about safe sex. So she was like, This is what you're going to do. She literally had the shit wrote down, and I'm looking across at the table. I'm like, damn, I appreciate this shit. She was like, I need to be fucked good 2 to 3 days a week. All right, I need you to beat the brakes off of me 3 days a week. I need you to do this, wear a condom, let me get your STI tests, all of this shit. She was like, I need this, I need that, pull my hair, spank me, whoop me, all of this shit. And she was like, every now and then I got a little threesome. I'm with a married couple. We just broke up, but they'll be back. So you have to accept that. And she says, I also have male friends that come in. And she was like, I'm a sugar mama. They're my gigolos. They come in. You got to be cool with them coming in. Now, she also was saying, I will be cool with you being with other women. She just wanted me to be safe and shit like that. She was like, just be safe. Don't bring me back a disease. You always going to wear a condom and get your STI test. That's how she came. Was she older than me? We were about the same age. I think I was older than her by a few years. But that's how she was moving. And she was not apologetic about it. She was like, this how I'm moving. I got money. I got my own businesses. I'm successful. You go fuck yourself if you don't want. She was like, if you don't want to be a part of it, it is what it is. What she wanted was a person that was what I call a filler. Right? Right? Yeah, I didn't take that deal. I was like, I'm good. But the thing is, a lot of guys don't realize you're that guy right now. That's who you are. Okay? That's who you are, but you don't know it. These women are doing that behind your back. All right. But she just wanted me, okay, you're going to be my 2 to 3 days a week. I described that last stream. I had a filler girl. That's what her job was. 2 to 3 days a week. You're going to be my dependable dick. I mean, she's going to be my dependable pussy. You're going to come in 2 to 3 days a week. I'm going to beat that up. And then when I want to go out to dinner and all that, you're going to be out. You're going to be over here. Not seen, no, not in the video. You're going to be in and out. You just going to come in there. And she said, I need you to fuck the shit out of me. Can you do that? She was like, can you do that? Can you beat up the brakes? I just need it hard and rough. I was just like, Lord have mercy. The dark side is litty. I was like, golly. I was like, yeah, I'm good. I don't want none of that. I'll pass on that. But guys will say they want a successful woman. That's how successful women act, bro. They act like men. Who's signing up? Press 1 in the chat if you want. It's a cold, evil ass world. If you want more tales from the dark side, you got to come over to CoachGregAdams.locals.com. She was a successful older woman in her 40s, and she was running. That's what she was running. She was running a strict program. She wasn't and she was very feminine about it. She wasn't like, you're going to do this and you're going to do that. She explained it very femininely over crab cakes at Fleming's. Okay. He says, as a young man, I would, but as an older man, I wouldn't. There you go. So that's what happens right here. So young men are going to take that deal. A young dude's going to take that deal. Why? Because she got money. She treats you. She going to do this and you're going to be there. Easy poo. You don't have to pay. She wasn't asking for any money. Okay. But if you're young dudes jumping on that. Me, I was like, nah, there's young women for me. I'm going to go for a younger girl. I'm not doing that. Okay. I was like, I ain't into that. So I think I talked to her once after that, but then it just went away. I didn't have to say anything. And she probably found another dude easily because she got the money. Okay. She got the money, right? She got the money. She can fly in. She can fly in whatever dude she wants. She got the money. You can't beat, dude. The fact is you can't beat money. Money is the ultimate equalizer to whatever you want. If you have money, like women, you're going to get women that will be like, oh, I'll let them trick on you. One thing is, if your heart is not attached to that money and attached to that woman, the woman don't realize, because when young women think, oh, this is the old guy with money. But what happens is, and she was attractive too. She was well put together. She was still attractive. What happens is the women think that there's not a lot of women that guy can get. But this guy can change her like underwear. That's why I'm telling you it's leverage. Because you have access to 80% of the women. 80%. And the women will show up acting like you don't have access to 80% of the women. They act like, oh, I'm the freshest, youngest, hottest woman he's going to get. And that's how they think. And you just like, you deal with them onesie, twosie, and you be like, that's it. That's the end of the relationship. That's the end. While they're thoughting and plotting, trying to get their claws into you, trying to get you to pay rent and try to buy handbags and trips. Once you done dealt once or twice, 3 times, you're like, that's the end of the road. We have come to the end of there's no more lying, manipulating, selling a dream. It's over. And then you go, here's the new one. That's essentially what she does. Then you can just keep that. You can just keep that one on. Okay, go back home. I'll see you when I see you. And when I call again, guess what? They're going to show up. I'll be down. I no longer even have to field women. I can go to places right now and women going to bring me women. They be like, here's my cousin. Here's my friend. It's her birthday too. I don't even have to make a rant. I'm like, I'm going to be in town this time and bring a friend. They'll 90% chance they'll bring a friend. They'll be like, hey, my cousin want to come. Can she hang out at the hotel? We can sleep all in the bed together. We can make you dinner and breakfast. They start. It's the wildest shit, bro. It's the wildest shit. But of course, if you don't have this, you got to negotiate this, which is going to be tougher. All right. Not to say it won't happen, but you have to negotiate it. And it's a lot tougher when you don't have any leverage. So that goes over a lot of dudes' heads. But if you wanted to learn more about it, we talk about it more explicitly over on CoachGregAdams.locals.com. All right. It is weird and strange what a woman will do with change. And never think that your girl ain't going to do it. Never think your girl won't do it. Because in this time, your girl going. In this day and age, your girl is going 100%. Shout out to the Coach Gang. Enjoy the weekend. Enjoy Juneteenth and some barbecue. Have some barbecue on me. Ladies, get in my DMs. Let me know if you want to come on through, and I can put you through the CGA experience in the 52-point inspection program if you want me to sample and put you back on the marketplace and raise your marketplace value. If you want to stay in shape, go ahead and get it with the Adams Fit system and get your cardio in. Don't commit any crimes. Don't go to jail for drunk driving. You ain't going to see the judge until Tuesday. Get your workout in. Take care of your body. Stay in good health. Develop multiple streams of income. Fuck a hating ass nigga. And all of that. And watch the replays. Happy Father's Day to all the pappies out there. All the real fathers. Fuck all the single mothers trying to hop on Father's Day. You ain't your day. I was the mother and the daddy. No, you ain't. And enjoy yourselves. Wear your condoms or nut in her mouth. We out of here, brothers. I appreciate the love and support. Peace and chicken grease. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA.
Yeah. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Vibe blowing up the jack. Got the loud jumping at the pack. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the band jumping at the bag. Vibe blowing at my jack. Got the loud jumping at the pack. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the band jumping at the bag. Another milestone, look at that. Paper boy, got my paper route till I'm 6 down on my back. I'm an old soul like my dad. My old girl's still a fan. And yo girl at the live show, so don't act like I ain't the man. I'm kicking my feet up, get frank like Aretha. I'm calm, but I'm teed up, just flip me a stack. The Rio just doubled up off of the muscle, I stuck to the task. They see me, I'm trouble, I'm bubbling up till it's stuck, and they want me to stay where I'm at. I'm good everywhere that I'm stepping, my presence is crucial. You know that this shit not no trend. On a big wave, I'm controlling the tide. Snake eyes when you rolling the dice. So with the stakes inside, I could never take another nigga advice. They can't reach the sky, I'm aiming up high. I just wanna know what it's like. Y'all know what it's like, I come from outside of this. Off the quicksand, I'm the big man, doing big things. Couple big change, up a state lines, doing stage dives on cam. It ain't no limit to my vision. Check the temp, I'm on fire with it. Got the bands jumping out the bag, Prosecco on ice. I'm nobody nice. Gonna run up a check, demand my respect. I'm doing the most, I never quit. They want me to quit. I'm good as it come, I'm good as it gets. Vibe blowing at the jack, got the loud jumping at the pack. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is